Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order at this time. This is the Board of County Commissioners zoning hearing of March 28th, 2024. And at this time, I'd like to have a motion, make a motion or have a motion made to vote for extenuating circumstances so that we may invite Commissioner Marcy Woodward to join the meeting via our technology today.
I'll make the motion to allow Commissioner Woodward to join us via
either Zoom or by telephone, but she will join
online
us.
means.
Very good. And a second by Vice Mayor Marino. All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously. Very good. Now we'll proceed with the roll call.
Commissioner Barnett?
Here.
Commissioner Baxter?
Here.
Commissioner Bernard? Vice Mayor Marino?
Here.
Mayor Sachs?
Here.
Commissioner Weiss?
Here.
And Commissioner Woodward.
She is here via WebEx. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And now if everybody could stand for the opening prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you. For those of you that can stand, please bow your heads. Dear God, as we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make a better world. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Do we have notice?
Yes.
And do we have proof of publication?
Yes.
If I could have a motion to receive and file of that. So moved by Commissioner Weiss, second by Commissioner Baxter. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. And if we could have, since this is a zoning hearing, if I could have our county attorney swear in those who will be testifying today.
All those wishing to testify today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give here today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Very good. Thank you, sir. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, we do have a few amendments to the agenda. Item number 3, which is Persimmon 40th Street and 140th Avenue thoroughfare right-of-way identification map. We have some additional documents to submit related to some letters and emails.
Very good. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended by Commissioner Barnett, seconded by Commissioner Baxter? All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move right. Are there any postponements, remands, or withdrawals from the agenda?
No.
Very good.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes,
If I
sir.
may, do we know is Commissioner Woodward actually online at the
I
moment?
believe she was. Yes, sir, she is. I see nodding by our technology. Would you like to chime in and say good morning, Commissioner Woodward?
Good morning, everyone.
Sounds like Commissioner
Okay.
Woodward to me. Very good. Thank you for joining us today. Is that okay, Mr. Attorney? Very good. He nods yes. So let's move on. Let's look at the consent agenda at this time, which will be found on the next page. And do we have anybody who would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Seeing no one?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just can you let the record reflect that I am here, please?
Of course you're here. The record will reflect that Commissioner Bernard is definitely here today, present. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. On the consent agenda, I see no one who wishes to pull anything at this time. So we're going to have a motion to any disclosures, and I'm sure we do have some disclosures. Are there any disclosures on the consent agenda? Seeing none, very well. If I could have a motion to accept the consent agenda by Commissioner Weiss, seconded by Commissioner Baxter. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Very good. Moving right along to the regular agenda. So this is a comprehensive plan, text, and map series. We are about to hear a presentation from our staff. And staff, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian Davis, the Planning Division. This is under the heading of Comp Plan, Text and Map Series, simply because the Planning Division is here on a zoning agenda. This is really an overview of the ex-urban and rural tiers. Some of you are newer. We have not done a presentation like this in a long time, so we kind of want to get you all up to speed on how the ex-urban and rural tiers work and how we got here effectively, so you can understand and see it from, I guess, a slightly different perspective from a growth management, community planning, and regulatory perspective. So this is an informational item. There's no decision required. I wanted to make that clear. But really, we're looking at, as I said, how are the tiers regulated, but it's really more of a history and geography lesson for what we're talking about. So the rural and ex-urban areas I've brought up on the screen, we have an overview of the county, but we've grayed out most of it, and we're focusing on the rural and ex-urban areas. We'll later call those tiers, but very generally it's the areas west of the Turnpike and east of the conservation areas and the Everglades agricultural area.
Can I ask you to speak right into the microphone?
Certainly.
It's important we all hear you.
So to break it down further, the ex-urban areas are those that are in blue. Palm Beach Country Estates, the acreage, those are effectively our our ex-urban areas, and then the rural are places like Calusa, Jupiter Farms, Loxahatchee Groves, and Homeland Heritage Farms, and the piece that we now call north of the Wedge. We used to call it the Wedge. It's actually now in Broward County, but there is a piece down there owned by the Water Management District. That's the rural tier. They are often regarded together because they have a commonality of character, and they have a shared development pattern and history that we'll go into over time. However, before I get into that, I need to communicate some basic ideas so we all start using the same language. And I say this as planning staff sitting next to the Director of Land Development. I'm going to talk to you about subdivision, which is more of an engineering realm, but for our purposes, a subdivision is the legal process of dividing land into smaller parcels. It requires access and other improvements. It's a very general concept of what it is. It is typically done to convey or develop those purposes, and usually we refer to this as a plat. That is something that's recorded in the official records. It makes it much easier to then convey the parcel from one owner to another. It is separate from, and this is critical, but complementary to your zoning and land use controls. So they all work in concert, but it is done through engineering. It's done through zoning. Obviously, we handle the comprehensive plan side, but that is how it works at a very base level. So we're going to start. So a subdivision would take it from just a large parcel. You would create many smaller lots just for, like I said, base. Don't want to make any assumptions. Now, if we have subdivisions, there is a concept in the comprehensive plan that also wound up coming into statute for a slightly different purpose, where we have what we call antiquated subdivisions. Those are simply tracts of land that were recorded or of record prior to February 5th, 1973. Why that date? That is when the county adopted its subdivision ordinance, and I will make that very clear why that's important in a few minutes. Another concept is urban sprawl. This is a concept that comes from Florida statutes. It's a general planning concept as a whole, but it is enshrined in the statute. And it talks about a characteristic of a development pattern that is low density, has auto-dependent development, single or multiple uses that do not relate to each other. It requires an incredible extension of public services, water, sewer, to service it, roads, fire rescue, libraries, you name it, all the service providers that the county does, they are then obligated to service that area. So it's a very expensive proposition. So the idea is that it's an inefficient land use pattern. It's one that we have tried to address, and that's largely what this presentation will be, is how do we address this? And one of the final characteristics in the statute is that it fails to provide a clear distinction between rural and urban. Most of the world pre-20th century existed as either urban or it was rural. Sprawl is sort of the blending of the two, and it really fails to have a clear distinction. The idea is one's an area for goods and commerce and exchange, and another one's an area for production and living in a more rural condition. And suburban and urban sprawl tends to be not that. So there's a statutory imposition here that we're looking at, so that term will come about. And just for clarity, I've put up the sort of assembled plat of Jupiter Farms. That is an antiquated subdivision, and then sort of to not sprawl shame anyone, I have the sort of poster child of urban sprawl of Lehigh Acres over in Lee County on the west coast. All right, subdivisions. For the last time I'm going to talk about this, but the subdivision ordinance came about after the county began looking at land use systematically and an overhaul of the zoning code. And it was also in response to a statutory change that enabled governments, local governments, to get more than just what we call paper approvals or pre-platted conditions, is what the literature says, where those uses, not only do you provide a legal access on paper, you now as a government could compel people to actually provide all of the necessary services, and that becomes a critical distinction. So it is the subdivision ordinance as established in 1973. It gave clear standards for recordation of subdivision and the requirement for improvements and the infrastructure that was necessary. The improvements are access and circulation, grading and filling, provisions for all of the other necessary utilities like stormwater, wastewater, potable water, electric, fire safety. There are clear design standards, things like curvature of the roads, widths of right-of-way. Those are all very clearly established and enshrined. You want to do development, it needs to be consistent with these requirements in the subdivision ordinance. And then there are additionally survey requirements for the monumentation and so forth, how you actually mark the land and how that's reflected on the plat. The key takeaway for this is that those antiquated subdivisions are done before this, so there is no obligation for the developer to actually have done any of the actual improvements. So one of the issues that becomes common is these improvements are typically left to some other entity as they come in to develop. Other concepts we will be talking about, clustering, and that's simply, and I'm going to use somebody else's phrase here, this is not a staff phrase, but to group buildings or lots on a portion of a site to preserve open space. And that open space can be for natural resources, agricultural operations, equestrian facilities, and or water management areas. That's the plan's definition. What I was going to say is the concept is more simply described as if we're smart about how we build, we do not have to build everywhere. You can use the land for another purpose, keep the same intensity, and that gets to the next concept. One of the other things that we have that comes in, it's a new tool, if you're very familiar with, and I don't expect a lot of people to, but development history is the plan unit development. This is a concept that was actually invented, if you will. It's attributed to the Urban Land Institute, the National Association of Home Builders in the 1960s. And the county also adopted it in 1969, and the initial language that we used was it was an alternative means of land development to provide latitude for the site planner, which is a very broad concept. But if you understand how straight subdivisions and straight zoning work, it is one use on a given area. Then you had a different use, different zoning district on the adjacent parcel. It makes things like master planning very hard because each different use needs a different zoning district, which means you have to come in and get them sequentially. A planned unit development said you came in with a master plan, you agreed to provide all the infrastructure, you could have different uses and densities, and you could effectively plan them in a more innovative, if you will, for 1969, as we conceived of it. I have up here just as an illustration. It is Jonathan's Landing up in North County. It is actually still unincorporated. It was one of the early planned unit developments. If you're familiar with it, it's a golf course community. The concept there is you can pull the density off of the golf course, put it in other places. It has civic, it has commercial, it has other uses. It also has a fairly substantial county park that has actually been built. And that's all part of the PUD. So that's part of the transactional things that we started to do as we were coming into looking at this. Now, this is supposed to be about rural and exurban, and I just showed urban, suburban. I just need to understand what a PUD is before we go a little further. I've already used the term density. Density by statute is an objective number or objective measurement of the number of people or units per acre. That's what we talk about. We talk about, an MR5, it's 5 units per acre. In the rural and exurban, it's, 1 unit per so many acres. So with that, there is a gross and net density concept. Gross density is very simply, you have a 100-acre parcel, you have 100 units on it, it's 1 unit per acre. If you spread them out, it doesn't matter how they are. If you put them on 10 acres, the gross density is still the same. Excuse me. Net density, however, is the number of units in the buildable area. So you may have 100 acres, 100 units, you put them all in 10, the net density for that becomes 10 units per acre, but it's still 100 or 1 unit per acre gross. So just wanted to be clear on that. An example you will see today and other times, and I just wanted to highlight this because this is already a concept that we've illustrated. The ag reserve planning unit developments use this. If they had maintained a consistent approach of having preserve, and in this case it's 250 acres, they have a requirement for 40% development area, 60% preserve area, 250 units total at 1 unit per acre. That's the gross density, but the net density is 2.5 units per acre. So you will see this routinely. This is how it has evolved, but this is one instance in a different tier where we have used that. All right, very quickly. I'm going to run you through a crash course, three-slide example of how the county has done land use plans for this area over a very long time. In 1972, the county was facing extraordinary growth. Just to give you a concept of how different it was then, in 1950, the county was roughly 100,000 people, entire county. By 1972, it was about 400,000 people. So in a little over 20 years, it had grown fourfold. There was tremendous growth in the 1960s. There was tremendous pressure. And so there was, I'm going to paraphrase it as a freak out by the local government, by staff, by everyone trying to deal with the amount of growth. The state was going through a tremendous jump forward in how it regarded things like conservation, land use planning. It was not quite there when the county instituted its first land use plan. And I want to be clear, it's not regulatory, but it was an attempt to look at reforming and reshaping how it could grow. If you read the 72 land use plan, it talks about if it built under the current zoning, which had been adopted in 1957, the county could expect something like 6 million people if the straight zoning had just been allowed to continue and develop at its maximum intensity. There was no desire to do that. So this is really something along the lines of an attempt to begin to cull and pull it back. It resulted in the 73 subdivision ordinance, the 73 zoning code. It immediately followed this. But this was the first attempt, if you will, at trying to look at how does the county, with its existing resources and what it thinks it can bring online, how can it service a population, and how does it begin to reduce what's effectively already on the books, if you will, just largely undeveloped. So it's not regulatory, but what I really wanted to point out is it supports the new zoning and subdivision ordinances. But the center part of the county, gave away the plot there. The lowest density on here is residential or an estate density, and it only goes as far, it's kind of this yellowy green, but not the green that is, also the EAA and whatnot. So it's sort of that, it tapers off and it doesn't broadcast very well. But it basically Jupiter Farms, Colusa, Loxahatchee Groves, and part of what's now Wellington are the areas that actually got an estate density. Everything west of that was just like it was the EAA. So in 72, the concept was there was no development once you got into that area. It was all the same agriculture. However, this changed in 1980. In 1975, the state actually implemented true comprehensive planning. The comprehensive plan becomes regulatory, so now every approval you do as a local government from a land development perspective has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we finally could tie service provisions and all of these things together for the first time legally. And so probably the key takeaway is we established the urban service area boundary. And so this was to begin to further address where development occurred. So the idea was the county was going to agree to provide services in a certain area, and everything west of this service area line would only get very low densities. And so that's now that area that's in yellow This is an area that had not largely been activated or intended for development. And so the line jumps west, but it's not the service area boundary. The service area boundary is really where the grays and oranges, sort of that outermost extent, that's where the urban service boundary was. Among other tools the county had was the TDR program for those rural areas, those old subdivisions, to effectively send their density back to the east. So the developer or the owner was compensated, if you will, for the giving up their development right. They could sell it on the market, put it back to the east where the services already were planned for. I just want to be clear, those west of the urban service area boundary were very low residential, and their land uses range from 1 unit per 5 acres to 1 unit per 2 acres. So still fairly low density. Now, obviously growth continued. 1985, there was another huge overhaul of growth management. It went to a very different perspective. We had a completely new comprehensive plan set up and framework. There was a very strong component to reduce urban sprawl. It affected the ex-urban and rural areas as they came to be known very greatly. The entire area was effectively given an RR10, 1 unit per 10 acre flu. Anything less than that, according to the Department of Community Affairs, was a sprawl condition, even though it had already been platted, and it was not allowed to go forward, except to effectively reduce the density down to that. So that's where we were. But prior to that, there had been something called a Midland study that was done. The Midland study was a very systematic thing going into the '89 comprehensive plan. It looked at that middle swath of the county, the ex-urban and rural areas, and said that if they effectively got to develop at what their antiquated subdivision gave them, there was a measure of relatively low cost. It still was going to cost the county to provide the services, but over the long-term planning horizon, they could be accommodated. And around 1989 is right when you begin to see that pressure, so that's why the map continues to go. I want to be clear, though, this is a version of the map from 1999. This is when the managed growth tier system was first put into the plan. This is when those areas were designated, so the graphics in the '89 plan don't really illustrate the concept very well, but just wanted to, so that mint green and sort of light peach is the rural and ex-urban here. And then obviously there's the ag reserve, which we've talked about ad nauseum. If you will, this is everything on one slide. Conceptually, the rural and ex-urban, whichever tier you're in, there is a certain commonality. They are generally antiquated subdivisions, or in some places in the rural tier, they are large tracts of unimproved land circa the year 2000. There is some relationship to agriculture, largely through their zoning, but some of them still were in active ag or equestrian uses. And there is considerably limited infrastructure when compared to the urban suburban areas and the urban service area. They're typically well and septic, they're poorly drained, there are very few thoroughfare roads. We talk about only one thoroughfare road typically being in each of these communities rather than a network of 3 roads. And there's considerable separation between government services. So fire rescue, law enforcement, schools, libraries are typically further. It's a lower density pattern. It's not feasible to put schools and libraries in those areas because there's simply not the demand. Certain large areas such as Jupiter Farms, the acreage, Loxahatchee Groves also went through in the early 90s a neighborhood planning process. So there was further detail because remember they were all RR10. And so they wanted to talk about, there were some distinctions. Jupiter Farms is not like the acreage, which is not like Loxahatchee Groves. We later saw that, and you all have seen this in Heritage Farms. They came through much later and did a neighborhood plan. Again, rural service areas and limited urban service areas, they all have the rural residential future land use designations. I will say the acreage eventually got bumped to an RR 2.5. Future land use designation about the time of managed growth tier system. It's still not the built pattern they exhibit, but that was the last time we attempted to fix the issue there. So the plan enshrines those lots. Whatever they were subdivided as, that's what they get to build regardless of what the land use designation is. And then finally, they all have the AR zoning district. So this is just to effectively put it back into words that as the tiers, the ex-urban got RR 2.5. They were antiquated subdivisions created prior to 1970. And there was a recognition of the existing development pattern and an attempt to, regulate and control the demand for services and maintain character. And this is the key component of the managed growth tier system, is rural character, and how do you keep that rural character as part of a lifestyle. And that's the terminology that typically is used in the plan to explain the managed growth tier system. The rural tier has RR 5, 10, and 20, so 1 per 5 acres, 1 per 10 acres, and 1 per 20 acres. 1 per 20, just for understanding, is effectively a conservation like flu. The idea that you need 20 acres to establish one residence is, there's not much there. 20 is also a sending area for TDRs. I'd mentioned that earlier in the 80 plan. That continues forward. There are several exceptions which have been the product of private petitions to the board to adopt new regulations, and the board has gone that way. And so the Western Communities Residential Overlay, largely known as Indian Trail Groves, and then more recently the Trotting Center Overlay. So there have been some exceptions. But again, those that are keeping the 5, 10, or 20, the strategies largely address those antiquated subdivisions and how they come about. So key to this is in 89 and going forward into the tier system in 99, the exurban and rural tiers are prohibited by the plan from further subdividing. In other words, that's to reduce the potential increase in the cost of providing the infrastructure, servicing the development, et cetera. There is an exception that was put in around the time of the managed growth tier system in anticipation of something else that we'll talk about a little bit of detail, called the sector plan. And it was an alternative notion of going back to that planning unit development. Well, if the concept of a planning unit development in the urban-suburban tier was to increase densities and to concentrate densities, the rural tier, you still get the same density for an RRPUD that you had if you were a subdivision, if you had just been a, 1 per acre and a quarter, or 1.5, or 1 per 5 acres. It just allowed you to configure the lots differently. It allowed for either a variable lot size or a cluster in an equestrian community. To date, we have one, which I will show you in a minute, the Reynolds Ranch up in District 1 in Jupiter Farms. There is a potential identified in the plan for a second one at Lion Country Safari, should it ever convert. That was put in the plan in 2010. It is a tool that has been out there, but we as staff are looking at it from a planning and zoning perspective. There are obviously some concerns, and I'm about to show you why. The large projects that we saw post-2000 after the creation of the RRPUD have not used it. Reynolds Ranch, just so you can see, these are roughly, there's 30 units on about 150 acres and 12,000 square feet of commercial. It has an RR5, so 1 per 5. The lots are basically 1.5 acres in size, but the idea was they had a sort of community open space and trail network and the drainage. There have been some concerns with how this has actually operated. There may be too few individuals in the HOA to actually manage it. I'm sure Commissioner Marino's rolling her eyes at me. Is well aware of it. But I wanted to come back to this notion of the large lots in Central County in and around what we call the Central Western communities, and we went through a sector plan process. This is an aerial of what it looked like around 2010 or so, and you can see there's some very large parcels in and around that area. You see Indian Trail Groves, you see the old Callery Judge Grove, which is now Westlake. We had, Sluggett, we had Leonard and Fleming, we had a lot of these parcels, and what's happened since the sector plan's demise, which is a very long story, which I'm not going to bore you with, but the idea was the sector plan looked at how to, if you were going to allow development, how did you do it on these large parcels? It was the unaccounted for thing in the tier system, and it was an effort to do that. Around 2010, we saw Sluggett, which came in at the southwest corner of Seminole Pratt and Southern Boulevard. It was approved originally as a TMD. It came back and was just now has commercial. This was just recently annexed into the town of Wellington, so we will not see that project, but it was approved. Lion Country Safari that same year came in and had a future conversion plan to allow for 254 units on about a square mile of land. The big one was we used to call it informally the hole in the donut. It's now the city of Westlake, but we knew it as Minto West. On the Callery Judge Grove, it got 4,500 plus units and about 2 million square feet of non-residential use. It was intended to be a new hub. in that area, and that was largely consistent with what the acreage neighborhood plan had said, which we don't want the uses in the smaller subdivided lots. We want them external to the area. Well, this was technically external to the area, and it was a hub which this area never had, and that was the concept, and trying to make the best of a bad situation for the county. And help balance some land uses out there. Arden, or Highland Dunes as we knew it, had a very long storied history. It had gone back to from Palm Beach aggregates. It had come forward over the years. It had entitled, and then a recession it set back, got re-entitled again. 2,400 units. That's actually outside of the tier, or not outside of the tier, outside of the sector plan. It had at one point been in, but it's part of the development story. The one that just to the west of it, Central Park of Commerce, that was the data farm and so forth, also part of aggregates that came in. And then finally, we start getting the last pieces. Avenir was also outside of the county, but in Gardens, and dumped another 3,200 units on North Lake. So this whole area in about 15 years effectively got development orders. And so the strategies have largely, of the sector plan, even though it was not adopted by the board, it never became the policy. Incrementally, it was adopted as if there had been a policy. It had been the basis for a lot of staff recommendations for the past almost 2 decades. But Indian Trail Groves came in 2016, and then there was another one that followed it. It was not approved and turned into an FPL solar farm. And then finally, the one that you all will see, I think, later this year is the Fleming or Lake Haven PUD. It's transmitted. It will come back to you all for adoption. That leaves effectively one parcel out there that's over 100 or so acres in size that's in the rural tier. We're largely done, and we've only seen one RRPUD and have another one potentially teed up. So that's an overview of how we got here, just to kind of land the plane, if you will. The county has had a systematic program for the better part of 40 plus years to allow the antiquated subdivisions to develop as they were originally. It has been costly. It is why it is difficult to service those areas. It's why they, putting in things like libraries and schools and fire stations are often before you. There is a challenge of finding the land, providing the requisite drainage. Largely, this is an area that, even though I told the story of how much development pressure there was, the county's growth has slowed dramatically. Now we're at about 1.55 million people, nowhere near the potential 6 million freak out that everyone had in the early 70s. But we've gotten to a much better controlled growth rate. We have defined our character, but this area was sort of the last of how that was done. The idea of all this was to minimize the demands on infrastructure and services to go build that stuff that is the obligation of the local government. We have maintained rural character and lifestyles and provided a diversity. The entire intent of our tier system was to concentrate growth in the urban-suburban tiers, and to minimize the growth here. 90% per the plan is where you want the population. 90% of the overall county's population should be in the urban-suburban tier. We have still maintained that. And so that has enabled a different lifestyle to exist out there. We also have concluded that there's very little to no incentive to use the RRPD. It's something we may need to look at or come up with a different tool if we still want to do that. And then finally, we've seen that these large agricultural parcels in the rural tier that were not antiquated subdivisions, when citrus and the other large-scale ag operations ceased, they came in and got development approvals. So that is the legacy of this area. You have a lot of older non-planned planned communities, if you will. They were planned through different means at different times. They're not necessarily the way we do it now, but the county has elected to keep them and to allow them to develop in the way they were originally platted. So with that, I will wrap this up. I've drug on a little longer than I wanted, but I'm happy to take any questions, or if not, we can move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. That was extremely comprehensive and informative on the history of how Palm Beach County has grown. Are there any questions by members of the commission? I see Vice Mayor Marino. You're recognized.
Thank you. Really, all I wanted to say was, can you forward the slide presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you'll send that to all the members of the commission. Thank you. If there are no other questions at this time, I want to thank you very much. We have 3 cards on this issue. So, Commissioner Weiss, if you would call the names when your name is called. If we have 2 podiums. We will use 2 podiums. So as your name is called, come on up to the podium, and when I see you, I'll recognize you. The clock will start. Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Drew Martin, followed by Elizabeth Accomando, followed by Alexandria Larson.
Okay. Before we proceed with our folks at the podium, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Baxter.
A quick question. These cards, are they also covering the roads?
Are they also what?
Are we just talking about
They're
the
talking about
Just
presentation?
this issue.
Just this issue?
This issue alone.
Making sure. Thank you.
And I'm sure the speakers are listening to me. Thank you. Ma'am? Okay. Mr. Martin, you are recognized, sir.
Mr. Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club. I want to thank staff for the presentation. They always mark on here for or against, so I'm not for or against the presentation.
That's all it was.
I guess we're for anything that prevents increased density in areas that don't have the facility for it, and particularly concerned about things like septic tanks, which are bad for the environment. If you're going to allow development, then you should have infrastructure to go along with it. People are basically clogging the roads, so it's a shame the legislature won't allow developers to pay for your road system. So in other words, they're allowed to develop. I'm not really sure if there's much benefit to a lot of these things. Are the RRPUD, since nobody uses it. But I mean, we're really concerned about people building out Byline Country Safari, moving further west. So we hope that you will continue to support agriculture in your comprehensive plan and discourage density on agricultural lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, you are recognized. State your name, please.
Thank you. Elizabeth Accomando, Loxahatchee. Good morning, Mayor, Vice
Good morning.
Mayor, Commissioners. First, I'd like to start to say I live in this antiquated rural tier, and as your managed growth system states, it is a lifestyle choice. And I would certainly hate to see that taken away from anyone. We choose to live in an area with less services, and I believe I can speak for our Indian Trail Board that we do not support blanket subdividing of the rural and ex-urban tier. With that said, I want to thank staff. Whitney, thank you for keeping us somewhat abreast of the situation and including Indian Trail in any decisions that may be made in the future to alter anything that is in our district in the ex-urban and rural tiers. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, that was the third card. I don't see the person here. Alexandria Larson. If not, we're going to move right on. Are there any other questions or comments by my colleagues? If not, we're going to move right on to the next item on the agenda, which is Persimmon Boulevard, 40th Street North and 140th Avenue North thoroughfare right-of-way identification map initiation. So we are going to proceed with staff report at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Kashid Mahayuddin with Planning Division. The item before you today is initiation of thoroughfare right-of-way identification map amendment for 40th Street North, 140th Avenue North, and Persimmon Boulevard. What is thoroughfare identification map? It is adopted as part of comprehensive plan, and it is the basis for identifying the road rights of way, both current and future. It's a long-range planning tool. It identifies the network of road needed to meet future traffic conditions. It depicts roadways, important roadways on city, state, and county system. Currently, we are in the
initial idea phase of this amendment process called initiation. Initiation provides the opportunity for initial public input and for staff to receive preliminary feedback from the board. If initiated, a full staff report will be prepared with data and analysis to be presented to this board at a future date. Initiation does not indicate future BCC approval. The amendment in front of today is deletion of Persimmon Boulevard from 140th Avenue North to State Road 7, and then addition of 40th Street North from 140th Avenue North to North State Road 7, and also addition of 140th Avenue North from 40th Street North all the way to 60th Street North. Deletion of Persimmon Boulevard, and addition of 40th Street was directed by the BCC on November 28th. Addition of 140th Avenue was recommended by the county staff to complete the network and improve roadway connectivity. Deletion of Persimmon Boulevard from the TIM will not affect the existing roadway and as it is used today. Addition of 140th Avenue North and 40th Street North to the TIM will allow for consideration of future improvements. If the amendment is initiated, there could be future consideration, and following items can be considered, including but not limited to initially limiting to 60-foot right-of-way and 3 lanes, capability of 60th Street North to accommodate all projected traffic, eminent domain and its impacts, public comments received, future roadway connectivity, alternative traffic routes, emergency response times, pedestrian and equestrian access, the potential for environmental impacts, existing natural area, wetlands, and associated protections. For example, there is Royal Palm Beach Pines natural area along the 40th Street North, which is subject to Conservation Land Protection Ordinance and Notice of Limitation Use, as well as conservation element of the comprehensive plan. We notified all the property owners fronting these roadways and all the special districts, water management district, school board, and all the municipalities in the areas. We held a public information meeting on February 16th online, and about 29 participants spoke. All were opposed to it, and 92 members of the public attended. March 8 PLC hearing, 25 members of the public, including representative of Village of Royal Palm Beach, spoke in opposition of the amendment. Since then, we have received letter of objection from town of Loxahatchee Grove and also Indian Trails Improvement District, which supports the deletion of Persimmon, but objects to the addition of 40th Street North and 140th Avenue North. Our recommendation is to initiate. Planning Commission recommended denial of initiation unanimously and stressed the need to comprehensively evaluate the area roadway network to resolve the future traffic issues. Motion will be to initiate it And this will conclude my presentation, and we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other issues that the staff would like to bring up at this time? None? Okay. All right, my colleagues, do we have, before we start the cards, you'll have an opportunity to also ask questions after the cards, but if anybody has any questions or comments at this time, I see Commissioner Baxter. Go right ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for putting this together. It has been an interesting process. A few things I would like to, I sent out a memo to everyone, but I would like to still inform everyone what took place. So Tuesday night I had a town hall where I was able to hear the residents, and I've been listening all along. And a lot of the things that I hear are things that are not, I wouldn't be proposing today. So I want to make you aware prior to comments where I'm coming from, essentially, after doing a lot of information. Joanne, would you mind going back to the addition of this, the map, where it shows the roads, or whomever can? There, perfect. Okay, so currently, Persimmon to be deleted then leaves nowhere for the traffic to potentially go if 60th were to remain 3 lanes. So I have been asking staff for information regarding what if it was 60th, what if we did this, what if we did that. And I've said all along, on 40th, I would never want more than 2 lanes. So essentially a 40-foot right-of-way, which is what has been put on this, has been listed as an 80-foot right-of-way, because from what I understand from staff, that is a standard put on anything we add to the TIM. But when it comes to initiation, it was what they said, which would be today, we could modify that to smaller. There have been several rumors about eminent domaining homes. I would never want to eminent domain anyone's home. That would be awful. I would never want to take area from a natural area. We're going to hear from environmentalists who are very concerned about Royal Palm Beach Pines area, natural area. I wouldn't want that more than anyone else. The idea is that we don't know what would be affected without this initiation, for staff to take a look at it, to line it up, and then see if we, the board, would still support this. That is what the point of initiation is. Now, I've also would like to see 60th become 5-lane, and maybe potentially, after we look at everything, see where it stands with 40th being limited to a 40-foot right-of-way and 1/40th being limited to a 60-foot right-of-way, which is the north-south quarter. Now, there's already a 60-foot easement, from what I understand, on there. So a 60-foot right-of-way then wouldn't really impact, again, according to staff, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anything, because it already has a 60-foot easement. Now, the 40-foot right-of-way, I would like to see what that alignment looks like. Now, the idea is there's an 80-foot right-of-way on Persimmon Boulevard currently, which could allow up to 5 lanes, and we have homes on both sides of the road, north and south. That is a huge detriment to a lot of residents going down Persimmon if a lot of traffic were to funnel there. I would like to limit most, if not all, of the traffic to 60th, but the other roads being initiated allow staff to get us that information to see what is the best option. 40th also only has homes on the north side, but again, I don't want to take anyone's home or eminent domain anyone's house. This would allow us to look at it, and potentially the 2 lanes on Persimmon, 2 lanes Orange Grove, if there was 2 lanes 40th, dispersing traffic doesn't dump any one road with a ton of traffic, according to Mo. And if it was shown after initiation that this isn't, if we'd have to eminent domain homes, if we'd have to take natural pine area, we can always say no. This is just the ability to get that information to make an educated decision on how we would like to proceed. And again, please, this is what I've come to understand. So I've heard a lot of rumors out there that this is about the builders, this is about Westlake. We have thousands of units being built in Westlake. That's not our purview. We can't stop it. We can't change it. It's coming. Same with GL. It's already approved. It's coming. Traffic has to move. We look at North Lake, we hear these problems all the time. People get gridlocked, they can't move, they can't get around, it becomes safety issues. And according to staff, they had said, without this TIM amendment for additional roadway connectivity, traffic dispersal options in the area will be limited, likely leading to traffic congestion, driver frustration, increased crash potential, and longer emergency response times. I will say, I live 3 roads from 40th, okay? So when I'm up here, I am not saying I want high traffic going down 40th. I would never. This is my kids love playing on 40th. It's a dirt road, most of it, not all of it. But so this isn't something that I'm saying is perfect, but we have to move people. They can't just keep being gridlocked. It's a safety issue. And so as much as I do and sympathize with everyone we are going to hear today, and I want to maintain our rural character just like the next person, I don't think 5 lanes down Persimmon does that. I think having a few 2-lane roads does that much better. But again, we're not asking for anything more than information to make those decisions later, and that's what initiation does. And I do want to hear from the residents, but I am also very, very aware and very much so feel what you're saying. I just want the information, and we can't get that without the initiation. So that's all I wanted to say, and if staff wanted to add anything, I think it was Mo who he wanted lots and lots more roads. This is trying to find some compromise, and here we are. So thank you for listening to me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. Okay, we are ready to proceed with the cards. I want to thank the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office deputies for being with us today. I appreciate your presence here. We're going to move efficiently and respectfully. As you hear your name called, please proceed to one of the 2 podiums, your choice. But I will move quickly. We have a very tough timekeeper to my right, and we, just joking, she's lovely. And as Commissioner Weiss reads your name, come on up to the podium. I'd like to see 2 people at every podium all the time. Okay, Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Okay, here we go. Drew Martin, followed by Joe and Suzanne Furia, followed by Joseph Schiarino, followed by Dalian Kalana.
All right, very good. Mr. Martin, you're recognized.
Drew Martin, again, I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. We don't, we're really unhappy because, well, first of all, I want to say I thank Commissioner Baxter for what she said, and I'm glad she does not want to move forward with putting roads in areas that are conservation, so I want to thank her for that right away. Sadly, even though she just wants to initiate this to learn, what happens is once the ball gets rolling, it's very hard to stop it. So the initiation process, while it may open the door to learn something, it generally opens the door to do something. And so that's what initiation is. I don't know if there's a way to learn something without initiating. I think it's, people, when they move out there, the first step is for the realtor to say, if you want to get places quickly, don't move here. Okay? You're moving to a place that's rural, and you're coming here for a lifestyle, and people don't want a lot of traffic. So, the problem is that they convince people to come out there because the realtors say, oh, don't worry, we're going to put in new roads. Oh, it's all coming. And, they basically create the problem because they convince people when they move out there that there's going to be a way to get to work and back, and there's really not going to be an improved way. You're either going to take away the quality of life from the people that are already there because you're going to change this into West Palm Beach or some place with a lot of traffic, or you're going to impact the people that are moving in because they're not going to be able to get around the way they think they should. And the real answer, it's like the Ag Reserve, is to educate people at what they're going to get when they move there. If you move to the Ag Reserve, you're going to live in an agriculture area. Don't be shocked if there's a tractor in the road, you know? Know what you're getting into. So, I mean, we just really have to educate people so that they don't expect something that isn't going to happen. I don't think people should have to have a lot of roads. I certainly don't think they should be 5 lanes. I think that if the people who own Minto, and now they call it Westlake, want to make a bundle of money with a bunch of high density, then they need to put all the jobs and all the shopping right there in Westlake and put a big fence around it and say, you know what, you can only leave once a month. The rest of the time, you're stuck there. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're recognized. State your name.
Hello, I'm Joe and Suzanne Furia. I'm sorry about this, my phone just died. I'm going to read what I have to present. First of all, we're in opposition. We are not in favor of having 140th and 40th put on the Timms map. We moved out to the acreage over 20 years ago to enjoy the rural, peaceful lifestyle. We accept our private roads the way they are, and for most of us all living out here, we have no problems with access to 441. We did not ask anyone to try to put 140th and 40th Street on the Timms map. For anyone to even consider this, knowing that these are private roads, really blows my mind. The amendment that they are trying to do by adding this to the Timms map will destroy our rural lifestyle as we know it. Forcing people to leave their homes, lose their property, just so Westlake community could have better access roads to their community is beyond belief. The fact that these meetings are even having to occur is ludicrous. The thought that this is even being considered by our elected officials is unacceptable. Sorry. Okay, the Westlake community has already begun to destroy our rural lifestyle. Westlake needs to focus on what they're originally given approval for, which is 60th. We were told this was going to be plenty adequate for them. Instead of us taking over our peaceful roads, they need to widen North Lake Boulevard, connect Seminole Pratt to the Beeline Highway, widen and increase the speed limit for Okeechobee Boulevard. These things are common sense. I've not encountered one single person in our area that wants this to happen. Show me one person who lives in the acreage and wants this to go on the map, and you can bet their intentions are not to provide us with anything good. Please do not allow 140th and 40th to be put on the Timms map, period. My wife might like to say.
Sacrificing one community for the sake of the others is absurd. The acreage has been established for 40 years. Originally, Minto had said that those properties would be put on an acre lots, acre and a quarter lots, which quickly got changed. So now their density has increased. Again, they became their own city. Why is it that the acreage then has to become the solution to the problem that the developer created? Please keep in mind that you're taking away property. If that road were to expand, it will become eminent domain, and we do see that the county will take those properties from people. And some of those residents would mean that that road would come in between, right through their home. Please take this into consideration, that you cannot sacrifice one community for the sake of another, and we ask that you oppose adding this to the Timms map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you, all right, no, excuse me. Ma'am, I'd like for you to state your name for the record.
It was on the card.
Okay, we have it on the card? Very good. You know, when you applause, I appreciate it. However, you're taking time away from the next speaker, so let's be respectful. Sir, state your name, you're recognized.
My name is Joseph Sharino, and I live on 4095 110th Ave. I strongly oppose this. Not the best public speaker, but I'll get right to the point. A lot of you folks may or may not be familiar with the area. I know Ms. Baxter is. If you've ever had the chance, hopefully you've had a chance to look at these roads and actually measure them. And I can tell you, when you actually put a measuring tape from one side to the other and you think about even a 50-foot easement for it, it's in everyone's property. And I know you mentioned earlier that there's only houses on one side of 40th. Royal Palm Beach is on the other side. So on 40th, there's houses, and you can't go that way because you would be in the backyard of people in Royal Palm Beach, and you can't go the other way because you'd be taking homes. I know the engineer for Royal Palm Beach opposed it at the last meeting, and he had said in his study that 13 homes would be taken. So that's homes that are taken, not someone's, 10 feet of their property. That's their homes. That's something that people worked for their whole entire lives. The acreage does not have a traffic problem, okay? The people inside of the acreage who've lived there for God only knows how long, we don't have a problem with traffic. The problem is people trying to get from Westlake and those new communities east. And everybody wants to run them right through our communities. They're rural roads. They're not meant to see 3, 4, 5 lanes. They're dirt roads. So hopefully you guys get that and understand that everyone is opposed to this.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you. For clarification, the engineer, I believe, was not Royal Palm Beach. It was ITID's engineer, and it was Royal Palm.
Please don't, because
So
I
either
hate
way,
to throw people out.
Which either
Be respectful.
engineer, the point is that was based on an 80-foot right-of-way. It wasn't based on a 40-foot right-of-way for potentially having to take people's homes. And a 40-foot right-of-way is just 2 lanes. And when I say homes being affected on the other side of the road, those homes are not like right on the road, I guess was, so just to clarify that. Westlake are residents, not just a builder, who also want a way in and out. They didn't ask for their situation. And it is my responsibility to consider all residents, not just one side or the other, but what is best for the whole, the most amount of people, a wise person once said to me. And so what I will say is that this has nothing to do with what builders decided to do. It has to do with residents and relief and trying to find that compromise. Westlake would prefer this road to be an 80-foot right-of-way right down the middle of Persimmon. If that stayed on there and wasn't deleted, why would you go north to 60th? They would just be funneling right through the middle of our neighborhood. And nobody, I haven't, other than Westlake residents, they don't want that. So this was trying to find a compromise. So I just wanted to clarify, I don't want more than 2 lanes and a 40-foot right-of-way on 40th, and I don't want anyone's home to be affected. But we won't know that without looking into this further, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the commissioners and all my neighbors. My name is Dalian Kalana. I live in 11383 40th Street North. Now, what I like to say, and please don't take it the wrong way, okay? The acreage has been there about almost 67 years. It was bought off, and then what happened was that the county, okay, at that time, West Palm Beach, okay, did not want anything to do with this rural area. I have a document right here, which is a court document going back to 1968. Now, West Palm Beach agreed with the Indian District Trail to make the roads, the swells, and everything else. But after they comply with that, okay, according to this document, they return all the rights back to the property owners. So that means it's not a 50-foot right-of-way or anything like that. This is a 40-foot private right-of-way that we, the owners of the acreage, okay, allowed our neighbors, and we agreed that we went through our backyard to make a road, okay? Private right-of-way, not a public right-of-way. Now, the other thing is, yeah, I understand Ms. Baxter, okay, but this is a ludicrous type of thing that she has to think about all the individuals allowed. If you commit and allow Westlake, okay, to put about 4,000 homes, why is the acreage people going to be penalized because somebody doesn't have access to the road? Okay, so my suggestion is this: get Westlake and all the fancy little freaking things that they do and all this land and all this stuff. You know what? Let's take about 300 feet of that road that they got, and they can extend North Lake Boulevard. You also can extend State Road 7. But no, we have to come in and destroy people's lives and with all this question. Now, you already took Persimmon. Leave Persimmon alone. 40th and 140, we opposed. We don't want anything. We like to live the way we are. That's why we choose. It's like if you decide to live in the forest, it's your choice, right? You want to live in a tent? It's your choice. Nobody's big, right? So this is what we're saying right now. We are opposed, okay, and we would like to leave the acreage the way it is for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to read the four next names.
Question, though. I have a quick question for you. When you were saying West Palm Beach, I think you meant Palm Beach County. Did you
Yes,
mean?
yes.
Okay, all right.
There's
Just wanted to
a whole
clarify.
bunch of records over here that I went through it, and I was trying to figure out with my deed, what is it that I have, if I was in a corporation or incorporated area, and what it was about. And like the roads, we maintain it,
Right.
you know?
Okay, I just clarify for the record that you meant Palm Beach County, not
Palm
the
Beach
city
County,
of West
correct.
Palm Beach. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
We listen to what you say, and I thank you for not applauding or anything, because this way, every person is respected in what they're going to say. We're going to hear the next four names. Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Steve Avila, Jeff Hamara, Joanne Black, and then Leonard Griffin.
Very good. Sir, you're recognized. State your name.
Hi, I'm Steve Avila, and I'm from Royal Palm Beach, Florida. Mayor Sachs and Vice Mayor Marino and commissioners, thank you for allowing me to air my opinion. We have significant concerns about the proposal and its adverse effects on our community and the environment. Firstly, the proposal poses a threat to the residential areas by potentially depleting the front lawns of homes, which has been already discussed, significantly altering the character and value of our properties. Moreover, the proposal endangers the cherished equestrian path, a vital part of our community's heritage and lifestyle, by risking its destruction. This path not only serves as a recreational avenue for residents, but also supports the local equestrian economy. Another alarming issue is the potential contamination of the canal that demarcates Royal Palm Beach from Indian Trail. The canal plays a critical role in our local ecosystem, and introducing contaminants could have dire ecological consequences, affecting both water quality and wildlife. Furthermore, Royal Palm Beach hosts a nature preserve, like was mentioned earlier, at 130th and 40th, a sanctuary for local flora and fauna. This project threatens its integrity, potentially causing irreversible damage to the biodiversity that it supports. The canal by H.L. Johnson Elementary School, which diverts at 120th to Southern Boulevard, is crucial to the homes in Royal Palm Beach and Indian Trail. And historically, this area has never been considered a connection point. And the county's decision to introduce a reliever road disregards the established harmony between these communities. We believe this project transcends the immediate concerns of residents in the western communities, focusing instead on leveraging these roads to support current and future distribution centers located in Westlake. This approach underscores the strategic importance of infrastructure development in facilitating economic growth and logistical efficiency in the region. It appears that the underlying motivation for this project is to facilitate development in Westlake rather than addressing the pressing needs of our communities. Despite two designated connection points agreed upon with the county to circumvent an $18 million proportionate share, 60th and Persimmon, the latter is currently restricted due to a lawsuit. This raises questions about the necessity and rationale behind the proposed 140th to 40th connection, which does not seem to offer any additional outlet or benefit to our community. Given these considerations, we propose a more viable and community-friendly solution. The county should delete the two connecting points and redirect the investment towards enhancing 60th Street. This approach not only presents a cost-effective solution, but also aligns with the preferences of a broader section of our residents. Such a strategy would mitigate the project's potential negative impacts while providing tangible benefits to our community's infrastructure and well-being.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Hamar. I'm currently a member of the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, the TPA, Transportation Planning Agency here in Palm Beach County. also serving as vice mayor in Royal Palm Beach right now. But several years ago, I worked as a senior executive for the U.S. Department of Transportation, working for the FAA in Washington, D.C. Carolyn, my wife, and I moved here from Northern Virginia about, well, more than 22 years ago, actually, for several reasons. One was the traffic nightmare that impacted our quality of life, even on the weekends. I believe it was due, for the most part, to a combination of poor planning, poor follow-through and execution, even on the well-planned parts. But it doesn't have to be that way here, and that's one of the reasons I'm speaking here today. It's my impression that our current approach to transportation planning is incomplete. I believe we need something different, something that does a better job of integrating, coordinating the individual plans for all forms of transportation and transportation-related development activities, land use. I know that this agenda item addresses a couple of internal roads, in particular 3, but they alone will not solve the growing traffic congestion problem that we have and will continue to experience. Therefore, I oppose that proposal. There are other available major thoroughfare connections and extensions that can make a bigger impact on our traffic congestion problem, like Seminole Pratt Whitney to Beeline Highway, 45th Street to 60th at State Road 7, and Roebuck Road between Jog Road and State Road 7. More transportation choices, however, and a compact mixed use of transportation hubs are needed to deal with this exploding growth in our county. What we really need is a comprehensive countywide transportation plan. You can call it a county mobility plan, or if you don't like the word mobility, you can call it the county transportation master plan, whatever you call it, a plan that integrates the right kinds of transportation choices at the right locations, at the right time, one that's developed and executed collaboratively, led by the county with full participation of our municipalities. One critical part of any effective public plan like this is maintaining the political will to do what is planned. A good plan like this will probably have opposition along the way, but once we have that collaboratively developed countywide transportation mobility plan, staying the course is the only way to avoid countywide traffic nightmare. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your service, sir. Ma'am, state your name, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Joanne Black. I live at 4029 127th Trail North, which is a corner lot with my home facing 40th Street. There's a couple things I wanted to say. One, the eminent domain rumor came from county staff at the initial Zoom meeting. They stated that based on their rough initial estimate that some homes would be affected, but don't worry, because under eminent domain, we'll pay you fair market value for them. That's where the rumor started. It wasn't from a resident, it wasn't from Indian Trails, it was from county staff. Now, the presentation here, the attachment to the agenda says that if built as a 5-lane roadway, 60th Street North will be able to accommodate all the projected traffic. And you say you're looking for alternate ways if there's an accident, which I appreciate as somebody who for the last 18 years has driven the full length of Coconut out to North Lake every single day. But those traffic, getting south is not a problem. They're not gating off Persimmon. They're not closing down Persimmon. That traffic can still, if there's an accident on 60th, can go down Persimmon or Orange Grove or Tangerine. All of those roads connect east-west to get around an accident. 40th Street is a 40-foot easement because, like people have said, we don't have neighbors on the other side to split the easement into 40 feet on either side of the road. Where my lot ends, Indian Trail Improvement District ends, and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard begins. Unlike other roads in the acreage, my lot doesn't end at the center of the road. 40th Street is completely on my lot with a 40-foot easement. All of the homes along 40th Street were built based on being in compliance with a 40-foot easement. When you're talking about the 13 homes that'll have to be taken away, mine is one of them, and this is the reason why. There are 14 lots along 40th Street that are rectangles with the long part along 40th Street. So I have 1.25 acres, but I have 330 feet of frontage along 40th Street, but my lot is only 165 feet deep. What happens when you take 80 feet from 165 feet? You take 14 homes away from people in the acreage. There's a reason that road, everything around 40th Street has been designed based on compliance with a 40-foot easement. If you try to take 40 feet from the south, you're going to take homes away from people in Hawthorne and La Mancha in Royal Palm Beach. And those 14 homes are only the ones on lots configured like mine. There's 100 other homes that were built in compliance with a 40-foot easement that may be affected if you try to take even another 10 feet. And if you think that putting this on the TIM is going to keep, oh, we're just going to put it on as a 40-foot easement, that works until traffic starts going down it, and another county commission comes in later and says, let's widen it to 60 or 80.
Very
Thank
informative. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized. State your name. Do you need to have the microphone closer to you, sir? Oh, no, you've got it. Excellent. State your name. You're recognized.
Can you hear me? Nope.
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay. My name's Leonard Griffin. I live on 60th Street. And back when I got the place, they said they were going to pave the road by 1986. It has not yet been paved. It's still dirt, and that's the way I like it. But everybody, you know, you're talking about traffic. The traffic out there has always been a problem. But we don't have but two ways to get out of here, North Lake and Okeechobee. We need another way. Somehow, I don't know how you have to do it, but you need to get another way for people out there to get out of there. Because if we have to get out of there, you ain't getting nowhere. You're stuck. So we need to get a way out of there. As far as 6, 5 lanes, 3 lanes is fine, but 5 lanes is not necessary because they don't go anywhere. Right now they go to the River Road, don't go anywhere. You know, and the North Lake, there used to be a 6th Street, you used to be able to go all the way out past Seminole Pratt. They blocked that off. They did. Now they want to open it back up by the school. You know, they got a school right there. Now they got to deal with that now when they come through. So I don't know what they're going to do. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
I'm done. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. All right, we're going to hear 4 more cards. Folks, come on up. Here we go.
Anthony Wood, Tracy Vega, followed by Darylyn Smith, followed by Brian Crum.
Sir, you are recognized. Who's up here? Go right ahead, sir. State your name.
So I am Anthony Wood, and I am the guy who lives on the road that you're going to take. You know, so Miss Baxter's a little off on her
Sir, be
her
respectful
measurements.
and you may proceed.
Yeah. So there's a section of road on 40th that all of the houses are right on the road. They're literally a few dozen feet off the road. You know, it's not like the rest of the acres, you know, where the lots are very deep. They're not, they're very wide. So you're literally talking about, you know, so taking our property, which, you know, there isn't much to take on 40th, honestly. So there's already utilities there, there's water underground, there's, you know, FP&L, there's everything that you would have to remove or move, or, you know, I don't really know how that works. So even the 40 feet, you're taking, so everything, you know, from the north, because you can't go south because of the you know, the protected land. So there's a few things that I don't really understand. So these roads were taken off the TIM in 08, right? So I don't know why they're being put back on the TIM. So that's a little confusing. So you guys have already learned everything that you need to learn about this from, you know, all these residents here. It's not feasible. It's not affordable, honestly, for the taxpayers, because you're talking about how multi-millions and millions of dollars to replace all of this utilities that already run down that road. So there's not utilities on other roads, you know, like we have water, you know, on 40th, the city water, which is all underground, which you guys already have the issues of, you know, not knowing about the underground utilities on North Lake. So that's already, you know, moved back a year plus. So this is a place that I moved to raise a family, you know, for that, you know, the equestrian lifestyle. You know, my daughter rides, you know, so my son has been, you know, the outside kid for his entire life. So now you're talking about how this road that's going to go through, these cars are going to be doing what? At 50, at 60 miles an hour, you know, a few dozen feet, you know, from where my kids sleep. I'm totally opposed to this. So we already won the lawsuit, against Mento about them taking our roads. So what gives you guys the rights to take those roads? We've established that we own the roads, that you guys don't own the roads. I mean, it's on my, it's on my appraisal that I already own the entire street. I don't own half the street, I own the entire street. So you're taking even more of that?
Thank you for those thoughts. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized. State your name.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Vega. I live on 40th Street as well. We all moved out here for a certain reason. I, in particular, am on a corner lot, so not only is the whole street in front of me part of my lot, I have an easement halfway into the road on the side of the lot, and I have an easement halfway into the canal behind my lot. So we're looking at whittling it down even further. Besides that point, traffic, noise, safety, those issues. I do understand that the residents in Westlake, they bought homes, they just want to live. They're looking for easier access to get where they want to go, and we do understand that as a community. We do know that kind of the horse is out of the barn already as far as these neighborhoods are concerned. We're asking that you not let them trample all over our community. We do understand that there's problems with traffic all around us. We're asking that this particular amendment be nipped in the bud so that we don't have to worry about the possibility, and that focus be put on expanding the roads that do need expanded already. You've got North Lake, you've got Southern Boulevard, the State Road 7 extension, all of these big pertinent roads that are already there. If you connect us to State Road 7, it's going to be horrendous, and there's really nothing that could be done to compensate for that. Nothing. Where else would we live the way that we live here? We're asking you to nip this in the bud and protect us from that possibility. I just bought 4 orchids the other day, and I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't put them in the tree out front because it might get torn down. That's no way to live. So we appreciate your thought in this, and we're asking you to protect us.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
How you doing? My name is Brian Crum. I don't have too much of a speech kind of put up because I kind of didn't prepare for this. I'm just kind of shooting off my hip here. But anyways, I've been in the Western community since 1979, 78, 79, back when Wellington was 2-lane dirt roads. So with that being considered, I've been on the acreage now for probably 20 to 22 years, and I'm right there at the corner of 40th and 121st as well. I see horses daily between 130th, 40th, don't get down to 140th too much, but 40th and 130th, I see horses daily. Putting this easement and whatnot in, where are these people riding from? There's a farm at the corner of 130th and 40th. The horses are 12 foot off the road. The horses, they'll have to, put up a chain link fence to keep their heads from getting ripped off by cars, coming down the road. Where do these horses go? Where do these? We moved out here, like everybody's saying, 50, 60 years ago for this community, just because they're adding thousands and thousands of homes to try to, I guess, pack up Palm Beach County, putting roads through our streets. Due to the fact of that's like if I need extra room to build a pool in my house, I'll just go run over to my neighbor's house and start digging holes and hey, I'm gonna move the pool over here. That's not proper. That's just not the way it goes. So at the end of the day, they kind of need to figure out maybe a helicopter. That'd be a good opportunity. It wouldn't be hitting anybody, properties and streets and whatnot, but just. I don't know how to explain it. I'm just wondering where these horses, where's the rural community that we've been in for the last 40 years, although I haven't lived in 40th and 121st for 40 years. I've been there for 22, 23 years probably. Where's this lifestyle going? That's all. My neighbor's house, which is on the corner of 140th, he's literally, you bring that easement in, you're gonna have to move his doormat to get, so he can walk inside of his house. He's literally right on the corner. So that whole intimate domain, I really think that's gonna take place. I don't know. I hope you guys realize everything that's going on, what everybody's talking about, and taking that into consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, appreciate it.
Ma'am, state your name, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. My name is Darylyn Smith, and I live on the corner of 40th Street and Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. So I've already been through some expansion with the Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. But my concern is the fact that I'm not another homeowner that would lose their home should that road be expanded further than even 2 lanes. I strongly oppose the roads at all on 40th expansion and 140th. This was a home that we purchased for our retirement, and reaching that age, this is, you know, I don't want to leave my home. This was something that we had planned on. We have lived in this house for nearly 40 years. So I would appreciate all of you taking into consideration revising this. We have access from the Turnpike and I-95 with major thoroughfares, North Lake, Okeechobee, and Southern Boulevard. And all of those roads should have been expanded, obviously, many, many years ago. That's where expansion needs to take place, because these are the roads that carry everyone from downtown, from, you know, the Turnpike, from I-95, not our little streets. And I just wanted to say that I strongly oppose. A lot of this has been said already, obviously, but please take under consideration. I know, Sarah, you have lived
Thank you very much,
in the
ma'am.
area as well.
I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you very much. We're going to go now and read 6 names, because you all have been very respectful, and I appreciate that. So Commissioner Weiss, we're going to do 3 on one side and 3 on the other. And thank you again for being respectful. Commissioner?
All right, we have Veronica Meeks, Ray Liggins, Victor Morton, Christine Boyette, and Richard Boyette, and Donna Groper.
Very
Dropper.
good. We have 2 podiums, and we're going to move efficiently. Ma'am, you are recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Mix. I live 3 houses down from 40th. I walk with my kids to pet those horses he was talking about. We walk that canal every single day, picking up trash and enjoying nature. I'm sorry.
Take a deep breath.
There are several ongoing projects that will be available to alleviate west-east traffic that don't involve our small ITID-owned streets. So this initiation is completely unnecessary. We want persimmon of the Tim, yes, but not at the expense of adding 40th and 140th to do it. I drive down 140th and 40th every morning after I drop my kids off at school. It's 8 a.m. and there are no cars, not one single car. All I see is people hiking, biking, walking their dogs, enjoying the peace and quiet in the area. This is the very reason so many of us chose to live there. It's easy for the people in Westlake to demand that we open our roads for their comfort, that we lose our way of life so they can get east 15 minutes faster while they sit at home behind closed gates on a quiet and peaceful street that will not be altered. It's our streets that are going to be altered. I looked at Westlake when we were looking at for our home. I knew it was far removed and with limited access, and they knew it too. I knew I was moving to an area where there were dirt roads and some neighbors would park their trucks on their yards. I was okay with that. I chose our home because it was on a dead-end road. It was peaceful. It was quiet. Our kids could grow up safe. Enlarging 140th and opening 40th as a pass-through to SR7, even as a 2-lane road, will destroy that. Making our neighborhood streets into west-east corridors for Westlake would destroy our way of life. Adding those roads to the TIM will instantly make property values drop. It would create a constant flow of traffic that we don't have. It will create noise that we don't have. Most of all, it will endanger our children. By the time Westlake is done, it will have 4,500 homes. At 2 cars per home, that will be 9,000 cars. Even if a fraction of those cars are allowed to flee freely into our neighborhood, you're talking about 900 cars coming through our very quiet streets daily. How much chaos do you think that will create? How many accidents? The children in our neighborhood are used to bike, walk, and play freely on our roads. Our kids will pay the price with their lives. I first met Commissioner Baxter at an acreage meeting where she assured us that this would not go through if the residents didn't want it. Then she started saying, no, we need to put it on the
I'm
TIM.
going to cut you off right there. Do you want to finish up with that?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
We need you to stand by us and hear us. We don't want that. We don't want to lose our way of life. We need you to vote no on adding 40th and 140th to the TIM. They were already added, they were taken off. Please vote no.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ma'am or sir, whoever would like to get to the microphone, you are recognized. State your name.
My name is Gail Kesselman. Donna Groper decided not to speak and ceded her time to me.
Who is this?
I live at 16093 Key Biscayne Lane.
Okay. Wait,
Hang on. I got to find your card.
Okay, I'll tell you what, while we're looking for
I
it.
don't have a card.
I have a
No,
card here.
okay, so just one minute. While we're taking care of you, let's go right ahead with you, ma'am. Go right
Okay.
ahead. State your name.
Can you hear me? Yes, my name is Christine Boyette, and I'm way out of my comfort zone, so I'd rather be in my yard playing with my plants. Yesterday, I emailed all of you a letter, including 2 pictures, just to show some of the trees that you would be destroying. I have a cypress dome. I counted over 100 trees.
Deep breath.
I know. You would have to destroy a lot of them. That would be so wrong. I'm more concerned about that than even losing my house. I live at the corner of 40th and Coconut. So for 36 years. Sorry. Anyway, I'm assuming Sarah Baxter is the one that proposed this.
Ma'am, we're not going to mention names, we'll mention.
Okay, so whoever proposed this, who were they influenced by? What input did they take before making such a crazy proposal? What influenced them? Because expansion of 40th and 140th and connection to the State Road 7 extension will only, in my opinion, benefit not the people in the acreage. It would probably, it's supposed to benefit Westlake. I don't know how, but Westlake should have never been approved without the proper roads in place to handle all the extra traffic generated by them. This out-of-control growth in Palm Beach County can't continue. The long-term residents of Palm Beach County, which a lot of us here are, should not have to suffer by losing our homes and land because of bad planning by whoever is responsible for the growth our roads can't handle. Leave our neighborhood roads alone, 40th and 140th, leave them as they are forever. Who is to say there's not a hidden agenda behind this proposal and that the next road to be considered for expansion is Coconut Boulevard? Could there be a conflict of interest by whoever's involved in this? Expansion of the main roads is what's needed, such as Okeechobee to Seminole Pratt, North Lake to Seminole Pratt, State Road 7 extension that needs to be expanded. When it's busy, it's bad. From Persimmon to Okeechobee, for example. And consider, please, Orange Grove Boulevard.
For those thoughts, I appreciate it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
At the time. Ma'am, now you're on. State your name and we'll hear your thoughts.
My name is Gail Kesselman. I live at 16093 Key Biscayne Lane in Westlake. First of all, I want to congratulate the community of Acreage for your performance. You're obviously very well organized and very motivated, and you present your case very well. And I was moved by a lot of the things that were said here by the residents of the acreage. However, I would like to present an alternative point of view coming from Westlake. And I would say we do have some Westlake people here. We do have some catching up to do in terms of making our voices known. And
Ma'am, you are to direct your thoughts to us. Thank you.
but we're going to get there. I hear a lot of things. I don't want to get too too literary, but sometimes when I hear people from the acreage, I almost get the feeling that they think they're living in like a self-enclosed, like a microstate, like San Marino in Italy, or the Principality of Monaco, that they have like total control over their own little micro area. That's not the case. They are part of Palm Beach County. They pay taxes to Palm Beach County. They get benefits from being in Palm Beach County. What bothers me is this unwillingness to compromise, to even consider any kind of alternatives. When I hear them talking, it sounds like any possible looking at any slight improvement is a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions. People are going to lose their homes, or I'm not sure that that's really accurate. I think there is a problem, and I understand I'm being in Westlake, I understand they don't want us here. They didn't want us here, and they don't want us here. But we are here, and more people are going to be here. The community is growing by leaps and bounds. People are moving in all the time. And what I would ask would be a little less heat in this discussion, and some looking at compromise that would benefit both communities. For example, one of the things in acreage is that it's very hard for emergency vehicles to get there in case of someone having a medical emergency, this sort of thing. That's something that needs to be looked at. So there are things that can be done, and as much as I respect the people from acreage wanting to preserve their community, the rural area as much as possible.
Thank you very much for those thoughts. I appreciate it.
Some compromises need to be
Sir, you are
made.
recognized. Sir, recognized. State your name.
Thank you. Ray Liggins, Village Manager of Royal Palm Beach. I do agree with the changes suggested by our commissioner. Thank you very much. Some of my comments were kind of based on the original, what was on the agenda as far as the 80 feet. I tried to get most of them out. If a few slip in there, no offense, please. But anyway, Royal Palm Beach does not support removing Persimmon and 140th, removing Persimmon and adding 140th and 40th Street to the thoroughfare identification map. Adding these roads to the TIM and removing Persimmon will shift the traffic burden from Persimmon to 40th. Residents of 40th Street will have all the same complaints as acreage residents on other paved roads, with the additional outrage of the required expansion of right-of-way and paving. With Persimmon and Orange Boulevard connected, as indicated in the staff report, using 40th Street to connect to State Road 7 becomes insignificant at a significant dollar in personal property cost. Paving these internal roads is not our problem in the western communities. Our problem is the need for additional access to the western communities. Our current and future most significant problem is that access. State Road 80, Okeechobee, and North Lake Boulevard are the only east-west roads providing access to the western communities. There were 100,000 cars and trucks going in and out of the acreage in the western communities each day before Palm Beach County and Palm Beach Gardens approved Minto, GL Homes, Arden, and Avenir. Adding more than 15,000 homes to the existing 15,000 homes, which will result in more than 200,000 cars and trucks going in and out of the western communities each day. Preventing future western communities gridlock will require additional east-west access to the western communities. 3 planned roadway extensions to the area that are not built include Seminole Pratt Whitney Road to Beeline Highway, which is still in Palm Beach County's plan. I think it's kind of changed a little direction, going up through Avenir. That's a good connection. That helps the area tremendously. PGA Boulevard, it is not on the county's plan anymore. That was going to be extended towards the west to either Coconut or Seminole Pratt. That's no longer on the plan. And Roebuck Road, from State Road 7 to Jog Road, which is perpetually in the 5th year of the 5-year road plan. 20 years ago, we knew the potential development for the area, which was one of the main reasons Palm Beach County invested in the water and sewer utilities out there, to the tune of, I think, of over $75 million. Without new roads from the western communities to the employment centers of the east, existing roads will need to be expanded to undesirable widths, greatly affecting the Okeechobee Boulevard, North Lake Boulevard, and PGA Boulevard neighborhoods. And we have heard their objection before when the county has proposed improvements, 8-laning North Lake Boulevard, overpasses. We need to be talking about additional roads in the western communities, not paving internal roads. Thank you.
Victor Martin, I represent the NCNC. I'm also a resident of Carlton Oaks, which is on the North Lake Boulevard. And in consideration of this conversation, I'd like to remind the Commission on February 1st of 2023, the Commission denied by a vote of 6-1 the expansion of North Lake Boulevard from the golf course to State Route 7 by no more than 120 feet. So do we still oppose any expansion from the discussions that have come up on the peripheral of this, of expanding North Lake any further? Besides, you have all the lights, all the expense of the lights, sidewalks, and also, which may not have been in, there's a great big now Seacoast water pump station that feeds Carlton Oaks community that would be in jeopardy, would have to be totally replaced. But the more important thing is the excess we're talking about here. I have residents reporting to me that if the road from Coconut going north through Avenir to PGA was completed, people would actually go west to go north. I think people coming up to Coconut could, if that road was done, could get to PGA also. So I liked what the gentleman said to the transportation person. There needs to be a good real overview of the entire county, what our needs are going to be. And there also needs to be respect of what these communities have. I mean, I like agriculture. Put me in the woods, I love it. I think the people that have a right to have their lifestyle protected and looked at. And how can we come to a compromise instead of just plowing through it? Because they've been there for 20, 30 years. They have a lifestyle. I was at a Florida Power and Light presentation, and there's 1,000 people a day, according to them, that are moving into the state of Florida. I believe more than 1 or 2 of them may be moving into Palm Beach County. So that means that there's going to be growth. We have to look at what's transpiring, but I do not want Palm Beach County, the Gardens, any of the cities to become a cement parking lot. Because I've been in nearby cities, I won't name them. You go downtown and you can't, or you look up and all you see is cement, straight up. So we need the country, for those people that have been here for all these years, but we need an overall comprehensive approach to this transportation. It's not just widening North Lake again or widening that, because we don't need another southern boulevard up there in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized. State your name.
Good morning. My name is Richard Boyette. I live on the corner of Coconut and 40th. Been an acreage residence for over 30 years.
Hold on a second, sir. I'm trying to get the clock to agree with me, and it's... There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Again, my name is Richard Boyette. I lived in the acreage, 40th and Coconut, for over 30 years. And I'm a Florida licensed professional engineer. I've been involved in home construction and commercial and residential and other types of engineering since that time. I'm kind of wondering why we're even here today. I'm sure all these people in the audience and the commissioners really do have better things they could be doing rather than sitting in on a hearing about this stupendously bad idea. The fact that all these acreage citizens are here is a testament to not only their dedication to our way of life, but to the inconceivably out-of-touch mentality of certain Palm Beach County commissioners and staff. During the initial Planning Commission meeting that was held on March 8th, it was stated that in 2008, the commission removed 140 Avenue and 40th Street from the right-of-way protection map, and I quote, citing potential negative impacts that these roads may have on the character of the existing neighborhoods. That is a gross understatement. At the subsequent Planning Commission meeting, I stated there was more to that story than what was presented in the initiation summary. I was at that 2008 meeting when it was removed. The equally stupid plan being discussed then was to connect Coconut Boulevard to Okeechobee across the M1 Canal and connect 40th Street to Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. The acreage residents showed up en masse at that meeting and loudly and firmly voiced their opposition. The commission was obviously moved by that display, as they stated that these roadways would be permanently removed from the planning map. That is what they said, permanently removed. Now, when one of the planning commission staff commissioners asked the staff if that connector was in fact permanently removed, the response was that they did not know, but that the county was not bound by that. I'll take that as an on-the-record response, as an admission that the county cannot be trusted. The person that made that statement really should brush up on Florida contract law, because a verbal agreement, especially one with witness, is in fact legally enforceable. So in the inconceivable event that this proposal somehow moves forward, that may well be the first lawsuit that the county will face. The inevitable eminent domain condemnation lawsuits, of which there would be dozens, would be right behind. So we killed it back then, and now it's been exhumed. So anybody with a lick of common sense could look at the property maps on the property appraiser's site and see that this would never fly. So I don't understand why, after it was Persimmon was shot down, why they even looked into 40th Street, why skip over Orange Grove. So ladies and gentlemen, we're not constituents. Our properties are not lines on a map. We're human beings, and we were here first. And I think we need to kill it now and bury it, pour a slug of concrete over it, and be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's go.
All right.
6 names.
Donna Groper, 16011 Key Biscayne Lane.
Come on up, Donna. Next name, please.
Gary Werner, followed by Caroline Abbey, followed by Robert, and I apologize, Krasowski, followed by Betty Argue, followed by Jeffrey Pepin, followed by David Rosenthal.
Very good. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Sir, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Commissioner Baxter, my neighbors in the acreage in Loxahatchee. My name is Gary Werner. I live at 16005 Key Biscayne Lane in the city of Westlake. I am a member of the Westlake City Council, but I'm speaking here today as an individual property owner. And let me state for the record, the city of Westlake has not made any demands, has not initiated this request, and they have not taken an official position on this. So again, I'm speaking as an individual. The board here has a traffic issue that you need to resolve. Could have been resolved in the past, but we're here today. I don't envy any of you. It's a difficult decision you're going to be making. But with regard to this proposal, with all due respect to Commissioner Baxter, I would have to agree with the individual that spoke just before me. Persimmon has been on the books on your TIM since 1991. It has an 80-foot easement, 40 feet on each side. Why, if you're going to initiate a study, would you immediately say delete Persimmon, delete a major leg, and replace it with 2 fingers? What's that study going to give you? It's not going to give you much information. I agree with Mohammed, your traffic engineer, as he stated the other evening. If you have a traffic issue, you need to resolve the traffic issue with roads, more roads, and more roads. In the earlier presentation, your planner identified Westlake as a hub. If it's a hub, it needs spokes. Spokes would be the roadways. Westlake, as an individual, again, I would expect to see more roads serving Westlake as a hub for this part of the county. Again, With regard to this proposal, I would prefer to see that the proposal not be initiated, that you could keep Persimmon, which is on the map, and I believe if you deny this request, it remains on the map, and pursue whatever avenue you need to with regards to Persimmon and 60th Street. And when you get to that point of designing the roads, I would certainly ask that the board consider all of the issues that have been raised here by the Acreage and Loxahatchee people. They have issues that the designs for the roads need to be sensitive to those communities that have been here for so long. But please do pay attention to the road issues that have been identified here that do need to be expanded.
Thank you, sir.
So that we all have access and good emergency response
Ma'am, you are
time.
recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robert Kruczkowski. I live on 5310, 140th Ave North. This is my property right here. This is the roadway. You want to make it 80 feet wide. Right now, it's 26 feet. Fine, there is easements. So you're going to take all of this, 13,000 feet of property away from me. The extension on State Road 7 isn't even 80 feet wide. This is supposed to be a main thoroughfare, not completed yet. Why? Why isn't it completed? Take it up to North Lake and it goes down to Okeechobee. Now, to have people going through from Westlake, which is another debacle because it was really originally supposed to be one house per 10 acres. They decided to throw that out, and we're going to do what we want and have everyone move in. Now, we were told it was not going to affect the acreage. 2017, I got this from the developers over in Westlake that they want to take this road, take it. Not buy it, take it. It was theirs. So we had to fight that battle. This is nonstop. People live here. We're not just nothing. You already have all of this stuff started. 60, it's already been designated. State Road 7 has not been completed. Let's get one thing done at a time before you move on to another. These roads here, on my road, I have beautiful sunsets, horseback riding, off-road vehicles, bicycling, plus all the animals that are around there. Let's take care of what we have. I'm sorry for the people that moved in Westlake. Again, they knew what they were getting into. You have Seminole Pratt being widened. You had Southern widened. Even if they go through the acreage, where are they going to go? It doesn't go any further east than State Road 7. Doesn't do anybody any good. That's like tying your shoelaces together and say, run. You ain't going nowhere.
All right, sir, thank you very much. You're ended. We're going to
Remember
have the
one
next
thing, we did vote for you.
Sir, you're recognized. You can come forward. The gentleman behind? Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Let's be respectful. I mean it.
respectful.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized. State your name. You're recognized, sir. Your name. Good
morning, Mayor.
Time is starting.
Yes, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor, thank you for your time. Jeffrey Pepin on behalf of the district, Indian Trail Improvement District, and this is to advise, and I'm sure it comes as no surprise, that the district strenuously objects to the revision of the TIM map as it relates to 40th Street North and 140th Avenue North, which has been set out and discussed already this morning. ITID supports the deletion of Persimmon Boulevard from the TIM map as referenced as well. As the commissioners, I'm sure, are aware, briefly, and I'm not going to take too much time because I think all these statements and all these positions have been laid out in prior meetings ad nauseum. But there is a current lawsuit that has had certain orders that have already been granted by the court that restricts anyone, any entity or any individual or any county from connecting to ITID's roadways. I know there's arguments as to what the actual interpretation of that order is. I know that there's been several letters been sent to the commission by various law firms and various sides. But the order stands. It says that no connection shall be made to an Indian Trail road without a permit granted by the Board of Supervisors. That's in the law, that's in the statutes, and that's in the court order. It further states that there's no public dedication of the roadways of Indian Trail. and they are consequently not public roads, and that's verbiage from the order itself. It also found that ITID possesses the statutory authority to condition, in that case, Mintos and Seminole Improvement District, sorry about that, use of the right-of-way connection into Indian Trails roads by issuance of a permit and an assessment of a reasonable fee. That court case is not concluded entirely, but we do have a summary judgment order that's already in place. On a broad perspective view, in order to utilize 140th Street to 140th, or the 40th Street connection, the county would have to, at least as currently with this 80 feet right-of-way, would have to condemn private property. I don't think there's any question that that would be required if an 80-foot right-of-way is approved for 40th Street. Even a lesser right-of-way, if the point is to say, oh, we're just looking at 80 now, but we'll look and gather information as to whether we can reduce it. I think by the comments already made by here and some of the information already gathered, even a 40-foot right-of-way is not going to work, especially in some sections of 40th Street. The county would also have to condemn ITID's easements lying under on 40th and 40th Street. Now, ITID has legal defenses to any such condemnation action because the easements are already being utilized for public purposes. You'd have to remove significant water control structures on 40th that already exist. And then you'd have to connect 40th to State Road 7. It doesn't even connect as it already currently exists, and you'd have to cross over preserve areas. So with all of these, it begs the question, how does this make any sense? Especially
Thank you so much, sir. Your time is up. Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is David Rosenthal. I live at 4392 121st Terrace North, which is in that area there. I agree with the attorney for ITID that Persimmon needs to be deleted, but I disagree with adding back 40th and 140th, especially if it was assured to us that it would not be there. I just wanted to say that you are our mayors, basically our commissioners, our vice commissioners, and we don't have our own staff other than ITID, I guess you could say, represents us. So thank you very much for always hearing us on the various things. I've only been here 2 years, and I hope I don't have to keep coming back and seeing you, and I'm sure you'll be happy to never see me again. But like the attorney said, these are our roads. Everyone said these are our roads. These are not the county roads. County road is 60th. You know, you're going to widen the heck out of that one to solve the problems in the west, fine. But all these other roads around, like Okeechobee, which Loxahatchee Groves won't allow to expand, we can't say that. We can't say don't expand our roads because we're not a city, I guess. But we're getting hurt by these things, and we're being asked to compromise when nobody else is. So we have State Road 7 that should go through at least to, in my opinion, to Beeline. Not happening. We should have a flyover on North Lake at Beeline, not happening. We should extend SPW, Seminole Pratt Whitney, all the way to Beeline. All these things aren't happening. And instead, we're asked to initiate this to ruin our lifestyle. People have obviously spoken against it. We've been everywhere speaking against this that we can. And we just ask, as our mayor, as our commissioners, to please not initiate this, because once it gets on the books again, you know, I agree you want to limit it to 40, that's great, but you're not going to be here in 8 years. I think you're term limited. The next people are going to say, let's just make it 80, and then we're going to have to all be back here again. So just please don't do this initiation. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your brevity. Ma'am, you're recognized. State your name.
Betty Argue. I am on the Indian Trail Board of Supervisors and have been since 2016. I have been a resident of the acreage since 2011, and I am very passionate about my community. I have been here for every single meeting that related to the Minto application, and I have a very long memory of all of those things. There were many assertions. I urge those who were not here then to go back and actually watch those meetings. There were assertions by county staff and by the developer that they were going to solve all kinds of problems in the western communities. And one of the things that the residents said then was, we don't want the traffic. But their traffic was supposed to be captured in their wonderful little town in the center of our area. And the residents came out then. We had over 5,000 petitions signed. They came out, they packed every single meeting, and they said, we don't want the traffic on our roads. And here we are. And I got a call from our county commissioner saying, Minto
Ma'am, do
just
not-
needs,
ma'am?
this is public record.
Okay, no, that's all
And it's
right.
very
But you are-
important
you're gonna
because
be
I was,
terminated and
did we not swear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Okay.
to tell the truth,
Please.
this started well over a year ago because Minto needs an auxiliary route. That's what they need. Furthermore, when you put something on the TIM, the developers can rely on it. And when they can rely on it, that saves them money. So what is this really all about? It's about destroying our community for development and to save developers money. And I say no. No, thank you. We said it then, and we're saying it again. Okay? No, thank you. And our commissioners should work for our community, because apparently our own commissioner could give two
Ma'am,
iota
you're-
about
thank you
it.
very much. All right, we're gonna. The next person who will speak will only speak for 2 minutes on behalf of those who have just applauded. You know the rules. Let's proceed, Commissioner Weiss. All right, ma'am, you're
Good morning.
recognized.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for holding the meeting and being hopefully supportive of our community. I'm Carolyn Abbey, and my husband William Abbey is here, and we live at 123rd Trail North. That is at the corner of 40th and 123rd. If you decide to do 5 lanes, sorry, and she wants to, and Commissioner Baxter had just asked about 2 lanes, either way, our house is only 39 feet from the road. Our house, not our land, our house. We will lose our house, and others will as well on 40th and 140th. It can't go through. It's not feasible. It shouldn't be done. Let them go out another way. Let them go out Seminole Prout like they're supposed to. Let them go on Southern. Let them go on North Lake. They don't need to go through our community. You already have 60th going through. Why on earth would you need another street that's only a half mile down the road? You don't need 2 streets. And I won't take up any of your time. I know it's a long day, and we're quite done with coming to these meetings. We want this finished today and get off the TIM, because we cannot come back. Everyone's losing work, everyone's losing time. It's just not fair for us to be always fighting with this. Let's get it done today, please.
Thank you very much
Thank
for those
you.
comments. The next 6 names are
Lou Tuoni, Mike Erickson, Pia Scorin, Richard Mayud, and then Melissa Mayud, followed by Karen, looks like Malink. It's 137, 5,
Very
44th
good.
place.
Okay. I have an empty podium here. We're going to move right on. Sir, you are recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Louis Colantoni, 7849 Coconut Boulevard, 45-year resident. And all this is all great. It doesn't really all matter. It's a terrible waste of humanity, what's going on here today. How many times do I have to come to these chambers to fight for the rights of people in our community that you should be protecting? How many times over the decades have we had promises made to us by the county commission that has turned into outright lies? How many of those county commissioners were convicted criminals? Okay? These are all true things. So we don't really have any trust. If you want to win our trust, you have to prove it. It's called credibility. And I wasn't coming here to make this speech today. I tore this one up because I'm rather upset watching the pain and suffrage of my fellow neighbors and watching what is being perpetrated upon our community. And let's face it, what is it for? It's for taxes, it's for money, it's for greed, it's for developers, it's for who's in my pocket. That's what it's about. And I am going to ask to hold you responsible out of respect for this board that has been thoughtful, that you look back into history and say, we should take on no new business as a board, because we need to spend the rest of our years here, if we get reelected, spending our time fixing and cleaning up the garbage promises and the failures of the past board members and criminal board members that have been involved in the historic development of this disaster we call planning. It is absurd. It has failed. It needs to be fixed, and we need to not destroy communities. There is a road called Jog Road. It goes into Ryder Cup Road in PGA. It's a public access pass-through road. It's public. Yet, it has a gate in front of it. It has a private gate in front of it. It looks like the public doesn't have access. How did they get away with that? Oh, it's PGA National. Should the acreage gate all of its private roads? Yes. Why is this discrimination happening? Why don't we tell West Palm Beach to go stick it? Because they have been blocking State Road 7 forever. When is the county going to get control of West Palm Beach?
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Your name. You're welcome.
Good morning, Mike Erickson, 13972 88th Place North in the acreage. I was here in 2006 as an elected official, so thank you. I understand your commitments in listening to this. This is a bad idea, okay? Initiation is not how you plan. Initiation creates the plan, but that's not how you're going to get a comprehensive approach to this area. From 2006 to 2010, I must have looked at, and Mo can verify this, I must have looked at 200 traffic models. Mecca was proposed out here. Calorie Judge was proposed. A sector plan was proposed. All of these planning documents took into account what's now approved. You have the information. You don't need initiation in order to study this area. You have the power as a commission right now to say, let's comprehensively look at traffic distribution in these areas. I completely disagree with your traffic engineer on one concept. This area is special. It's unique. We are special. Look at the character of the community. Look at the hole in the middle of the donut. Look at the frosting at the north end. Okay, Avenir and Calorie Judge, or today Westlake. We have the ability to comprehensively find the right compromises. In my opinion, your own staff sat here in your support and stated that the traffic for Westlake can be accommodated by 60th. Now, as traffic engineers, they want to put it and distribute it on every road. Let's put it on 45th Street then. Let's bring 45th Street out if that's the case. Distribution can be funneled when you get to the larger arterial roads. And that's how the plan has been for 30 years. We're going to funnel it to the roads that can get us where we need to go. Leave the internal roads alone. Take Persimmon off. The courts have already said you're not going to get to connect to it, so remove it. That part of the initiation I can agree with. But on the other hand, adding 40th and adding 140th, that's an end around to a lawsuit. Okay, 140th, if you connect and put that on the TIM, that connects to every single road in the acreage. You're doing an end around. Thank you.
Very informative. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, state your name. You're recognized.
Pia Scoring, Orange Grove Boulevard, 34-year resident. Good morning, Mayor Sachs and commissioners. The first thing I want to say is no matter how many times you say you don't know the impacts, the fact is we do know the impacts. Some people just don't want to acknowledge them. And we know that once money is put into reviewing this on the TIM plan, there won't be a going back. There won't be anything to determine that it's a bad idea. It'll take on a life of its own, and it'll just go forward. We live in a quiet rural community, and now we happen to be in the flight path of new developments around us. Those developments are gated. They're designed to keep the traffic to a minimum for them. They were also designed with stores, restaurants, libraries, emergency services, and fire rescue to minimize the trips out. All promises to us that it wouldn't affect us. Our neighborhood was also designed for the benefit of our local residents. We carved our space out long before the new developments. We've compromised, but the county hasn't fulfilled its promises. These roads have been considered and rejected before in favor of alternate routes because of the known detrimental impacts to our community. Please concentrate on the existing road projects. That will be a quicker path to alleviate traffic. Please do not waste time, money, and resources going off on a tangent that the county already determined more than once is going to be detrimental to our community. Our community should not be a pass-through thoroughfare for the communities around us in the county, and if the county completed the existing road projects, we wouldn't be. Complete the extension of State Road 7 to North Lake. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bernard, but we can't be the only ones to give.
I appreciate it. Keep moving.
We need to do that before we widen the existing extension and before widening Coconut. This was the promise when the existing extension was built. Instead, all the traffic is currently being dumped onto our local roads. Our community would not be in this situation. Secondly, complete 60th Street. This road already cuts through the heart of our community. We've already compromised to give Westlake the convenience they desire. Let's get it done. 3, extend Seminole Pratt Whitney to Beeline. 4, extend Coconut to Beeline. And tell us, how is the luxury Panther National community in Avenir on 140th fitting into this little puzzle here? Build the right capacity for the roads for now and for the future. Design the roads to keep the traffic from flowing onto local roads. ITID won the lawsuit to protect the acreage roads. The case is likely to be appealed. The county should not aid the developer in bypassing the legal process. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always do this. I'm obviously opposed.
You want to pull the microphone a little closer to you?
My phone wouldn't
That's all right.
cooperate.
Go right
Okay, I'm going to try and be as brief. I'm opposed, and I'm not going to tell you all the crazy reasons.
Your name?
You know, all the bad reasons. My name is Karen Mank, and I live just off of 140th on where Orange Grove extends into 44th. So this would impact me, but indirectly at this time. But the reality is, these are private property. This is our homestead. Our homesteaded property is 100% of our parcel that goes to the center of the road, that goes to the canal at 140th. And we pay taxes for that. The easement is only for drainage, Indian Trail. That's why they were there, for AT&T, for FP&L, for Comcast. That's it. We're not here for a developer. You know, one of the things that struck me yesterday was listening to the governor. He had passed a bill, or he signed a bill, protecting property rights. It was something entirely different. It was about, you know, getting squatters out, because Florida has always said that residents here, our homes, our property, is very important. It is tantamount. And instead, what we're seeing is, oh, we should compromise. You know, we should give up our personal property, our homes, our homestead, for roads, for a developer. I mean, Minto is a square peg in a round spot, trying to make it fit in there, and we have to compromise. It's not compromise, it's cooperation. And that's like being tied to a chair with a light bulb on top. We'll give you a cigarette, really, because we've already compromised with 60th. That was taken, and we didn't like it, but it's there. That's the reality. That's what's there. That's your roads to deal with. And we accept that. That's our compromise. I don't see any compromise for Minto. I know that they have wanted to cross 40th. I know personally, because I spoke with the vice president. And he talked about how wonderful it was going to be. And I said, well, you know, those are private roads. Those are property, you know. How are you going to do that? And he just laughed and walked away. And so that was like 10, 12, 14 years ago. And we don't forget that. You know, it's a little bit like, if you can think about, you live behind me, any of you, or anyone. And I said, you know what? I hate backing out of my driveway. I got to sit there and wait for traffic. It's just getting too much. Every day it gets worse. Do you mind if I drive through your backyard? Because then I can come out on another road and I can get to work faster. Oh, you might let me do it for an emergency. Yeah, you might do that. But if I said I want the right to do that every day.
Thank you so much for those comments.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you're recognized. State your name.
Melissa Moyrud, 7713 Park Lane Road, Lake Worth. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I am the Conservation Chair for the Palm Beach County Native Plant Society. I am also a resident of Heritage Farms. I know all too well how high-density developments impact rural communities and the people that live in those rural communities. I am opposed to the road expansion right away on 40th and 140th that's being proposed today, as it would negatively impact the Royal Palm Beach Pines natural area. Our county's natural areas are one of the best treasures in Palm Beach County that residents and visitors worldwide enjoy. This particular natural area, Royal Palm Beach Pines, was the first to be acquired by the bond referendum in 1991 that was approved by the Palm Beach County voters 2-1. The wetlands and uplands of this natural area would be drastically impacted by any such roads expansions. Last Sunday, my husband and I took a ride out to Royal Palm Beach Pines natural area, walked the boardwalk with the coreopsis and St. John wort flowers in full bloom. Overhead, a swallow-tailed kite glided above, and a couple of bird watchers delighted in this sight. A family from the local neighborhood with young children were watching a great blue heron wading in the shallow water. We then proceeded to drive to Persimmon and 60th, where the original expansion was proposed by Timms in 2008. Clearly, these would be better options to alleviate the increase in traffic brought by these massive developments west. But still, the acreage will be impacted by these expansions. Something to think about when higher density developments are approved. Please vote no to this proposed expansion because of the harm to the Royal Palm Beach Pines natural area and the residents that live adjacent. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Richard Moyrud, 7667 Park Lane Road, Lake Worth, Florida. I am a lifelong resident of Palm Beach County, registered voter. I urge you to oppose any road right-of-way expansion on 40th and 140th. The proposal benefits only the massive Minto development while degrading the local community and taking land from the Royal Palm Beach Pines natural area. Many of you may not understand the history of the natural areas. We were citizens in the 1980s watching all of our county natural remnants of forest being cleared for development. Responsible citizens asked for some restraint and protection for native lands, but we're told repeatedly, if you want to save it, then buy it. No compromise was ever considered or offered by developers. A detailed study found 36 sites, and the commission, citizens lobbied the commission to create a bond referendum for $100 million to acquire the lands. In 1991, the voters overwhelmingly approved the bond. The lands were purchased. They're now managed expertly by the wonderful staff at ERM. These are not vacant lands, as developers may imply. They are not surplus to be used when needed for infrastructure or private profit. The Minto development was well aware of the traffic problems created that their own project would create. Construction activities abused roadways in the Indian Trail Improvement District and required advanced plan and should have required advanced planning for future traffic. It is disingenuous now to demand relief through an existing community rather than through the very development that caused the problem. Furthermore, a lawsuit was decided by a judge who ordered the developer to stop using 40th and 140th for access. Does Palm Beach County still recognize the rule of law? Your course of action is clear and straightforward. Follow the advice of your own planning commission, unanimous, and deny this unnecessary and irresponsible initiative. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, this initiative itself is a problem. just the initiative, and suggests subversive future attempts to encroach on natural areas and existing communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to have the next 6 names. We're moving quickly. Go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Steve Kelson, Lisa Johnson, Alexandria Larson, followed by, cards are stuck, Alan Ballweg, Jacob Pientka, and looks like Billy Cole.
And I think after these 6, Commissioner Weiss, how many more cards do we have?
3 more speaking cards.
Excellent. So we're doing very well, very efficient, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much, man. Go ahead.
Thank you for having us be able to speak today. My name is Lisa Johnson. I'm a 21-year resident. I oppose. I'll start with the Westlake and the other developments were approved knowing the road situation. Now we have commercial overgrowth, like a large distribution center. I think there's 20 bays on each side set to open in Westlake. And as you guys know, our commissioner wanted 2 large trucks to every household, which would have more contributed to this problem. I'm thankful that you guys denied that. Before this distribution center in development, were there impact studies done? Were there traffic studies done before those approvals? Minto agreed that 60 would suffice for that. We never asked for any hub in the middle of our community, and we knew that emergency vehicles would be delayed when we moved out there. Our private roads, our property lines, if you look at the property lines on the tax collectors, go to the middle of the road, go to the middle canals, and sometimes on 40th, all the way over to the other side of the road. We pay taxes on that. We pay by size valuation per household. On March 26th, the county engineer said they were going to look into the roads owned by the residents and how this would affect this decision. But when I went up to her afterwards and I asked about this, she said, we're only going to look into that if it was put on the TIM. Why is that? Wasn't that what this lawsuit's about? Our private roads not being used? So I think you guys have that information already. So I don't even know why we're really here, but we do need to, what do we need to do to stop this? Do we need to rip up the pavement on our through streets to stop any more development? Because I will stop it. We could do that. I ask you to please improve North Lake, the access. If they need access roads to these new developments and overpasses like they did on Southern Boulevard, then that has to be done. Seminole to Beeline, Orange, 60th, Okeechobee. Okeechobee has 1 left-hand turn coming from Seminole Pratt. Has 2 left-hand turns and only 1 lane. Why is that? The same thing with going, if you're on Seminole Pratt, going on to Southern Boulevard. There's 2 left-hand lanes, but 3 lanes onto Southern Boulevard. Why isn't there 3 turning lanes? This itself, the 7 extension, the Roebucks, you guys know all these roads. I've got 7 listed here that haven't been improved to where they need to go, and they are county roads and not privately owned residential areas. Well, let's see. We brought in Aurora area.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate this comment. Sir, name, you're recognized.
Jacob Pientka, 11289 40th Street North. I am opposed to adding 40th and 140th to the TIM. I'm not going to go through everything everybody already has. I lived off of Gun Club. My back fence backed up to Gun Club. I had somebody run through my fence. Imagine waking up to somebody running through your backyard with a car. If 40th is put through to 441, I have the same fear. My kids can't play outside. My kids can't play in the road. It's just, it wasn't thought through. There's plenty of other roads to go with. Okeechobee, it just wasn't thought through correctly, and I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the brevity. Ma'am, you're recognized. State your name.
Women hate to be called ma'am, and my name is Alex Larson. I think pretty much everybody knows that. I've been coming here for 25 years. It is so sad that we keep doing the shotgun wound with a Band-Aid. We can't. It's sad that they pit neighbor against neighbor. I call it the screw your neighbor syndrome. I don't want it over here. I don't want it at my house. That's what we've had all the time. It doesn't have to go on the TIM to be studied. You guys can order a study without the TIM. You can. You can say, well, I want to take a look at these roads. We don't need this to put on a permanent document that no one will be in control of later on. I am so ashamed of the tears I saw this morning because I love 2008 because that's when some commissioners were going to federal prison. And I think it's time we buy some more time for the residents of Palm Beach County. Maybe that'll buy us more time because when I went after Mecca years ago, it was just to buy time so we could have some peace. And we're not getting any peace anymore. It's like a meeting and a meeting and a meeting and a meeting. And people saying, no, we need Seminole Pratt to go through to the B line. Well, a bunch of people got eminent domain in Unit 11, and then you got the J.W. Corbett there. That is natural areas. The Palmar, we bought 33,000 acres up there. At least with the 50 million that we voted for, we bought some natural land. Unlike to the south when we spent 100 million and didn't get one piece of agricultural land. These are the promises that the people are talking about, commissioners. These are the things they're talking about. We have made promises. I want a refund. I want my 100 million back for the ag reserve. I do. I think we should get our money back. We didn't get what we were promised. And that happens very often in our lives. But to see the people crying up here today, it almost killed me. Because I don't sleep at night anymore because we're under siege all the time. And the acreage is special. It really is. It is unique. And Westlake, God bless them, we didn't create that. We did not. And even the guys who did that know it won't ever happen again in the state of Florida. It's been stated in the paper. It has. They say, oh, this won't ever happen again. We got away with this. But we don't want anybody getting away with anything anymore. We're tired. We're exhausted. And we want our golden years to be peaceful. We truly do. But you do not have to put any of this on the TIM to order a study. Okay? Please, commissioners, listen to the people that are crying. And God help you, you don't want to see me crying, because that'll be, I'll have given up finally and just done. So please, listen to the people, take a step back, because one thing you could shut down for 8 years and study. Let's go fix all the problems we got, and then we'll go back to building again. But thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Alan Ballweg. I live on 40th Street, 11223. This project or this proposal represents 5 miles of destruction of quiet, peaceful neighborhoods with generations of residents with deep connections in that area. If a thoroughfare is put in our front yard, you've eliminated virtually every reason we have for choosing to live there. There's something I'd like to discuss about eminent domain. I own the road in front of my house all the way to the fence on the other side of the street. That is correct? Who said that?
Sir?
Oh, sorry.
Good morning.
I thought it was staff
No,
who was
that's okay.
speaking. Can you please confirm that with staff? Can you ask them?
No, sir. Your time is going. It
Yes.
is time for you to address us.
Yes. So you will have to eminent domain every single house. I counted 96 of them. Every single lot. Now, the 40-foot option might actually be worse, believe it or not, because if there's only 40 feet, you're going to have 2 traffic lights, one at Royal Palm Beach, one at State Road 7. Those are going to slow down the traffic on Royal Palm Beach and on State Road 7. And furthermore, if there's ever a blockage, it's just going to create a bottleneck all down 40th Street during the peak hours of traffic time. It's just going to be a parking lot every day. It's a terrible plan. Nobody has done a network study for this. So I wanted to say that I don't believe that the Westlake people are cold-hearted monsters. I think that if they were here listening to my neighbors and their heartfelt, overwhelming opposition, they would share our concerns. And I want to say, I am proud of my neighbors. I'm proud of these guys. This is real. This is people. This is human. The county government exists to protect the residents and their quality of life. Please make us proud to be Palm Beach County residents and deny this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Steve Kelson, 13264 49th Street, the acreage. Fourth generation Palm Beach County. I've been out there since 1980, and I've got 8 grandchildren that currently live out there. I'm a little bit different than some of the people. I would like to have my taxes, I believe, lowered because I cannot utilize my easement that I have there. It's an easement. If the county was to take over any roads out there, especially in front of my house, I would love it because now I would hope that I would be compensated at least through not being taxed to the middle of the road because my property is smaller. Also, I like the idea of, Indian Trail, which every time I go to their meetings, they continually say, we don't get any federal money, we don't get any state money, we don't get any county money, we don't get any gas taxes or anything for doing the maintenance of these roads. That's why we're paying so much for maintenance out there. And of course, we can't even use Homestead with their taxes. I'd like to have the value I don't care so much about as I am what I'm paying out yearly. I don't mind losing that little bit of property that I can't use anyway. But other than that, being out there all this time, it's definitely a problem getting east-west. It's always been a problem going east-west. If they could somehow get over the catchment area, I don't know how they'd be able to do it. They put North Lake through many, many years ago. But to tie into 45th Street, that would give us a relief right in the middle. Other than that, I guess we have to go north or south. And south, there's nothing to go past Southern Boulevard. Okeechobee would help tremendously, I believe, if we could speed up Okeechobee, which now, or Loxahatchee won't allow, I guess, because they're incorporated, and have that widened. There's plenty of easement right there. Huge area there. That would be a much better relief. And if we get things connected to Beeline, at least Beeline, they'd be able to take some of the roads off of Beeline, PGA or North Lake, or not North Lake, but Jupiter Farms, any of the other roads, Indian Town, any of the roads that go through, or some of the stuff from the distribution center that they have, that with all the trucks and all that kind of stuff, keep them on Seminole Pratt. Don't go east on us. They're putting a big distribution center. Have that go Seminole Pratt right on through to.
Thank you for those comments, sir. Do we have anybody on the right side? If not, go ahead, ma'am, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Billy Cole. I live in La Mancha. I do not live in the acreage. However, my backyard backs up to 40th Street. We have homes in there that are way closer, very, very close to 40th. Some of the pools that are located in La Mancha are less than 30, 40 feet from 40th swimming pools. We are affected just like the residents that are in the acreage. We highly oppose it. We don't agree with it. We think it's very ineffective. To keep it off the TIM map is what we want it to happen. What we want to happen. We don't want it there. We don't want the highways, the noise. Just with the extension of 441 going through, or State Road 7, whatever you want to call it, it's increased the noise. It's insane. I was born and raised here on Okeechobee Boulevard. I have lived here all my life. I have seen Southern Boulevard 2 lanes. I've seen Okeechobee 2 lanes. I've seen it where it was dirt road out to Loxahatchee. I lived in Loxahatchee on those dirt roads when I was born. I've seen so much development. I've seen, let's say, North Lake. It was a dirt road. It was called West Lake Park Road back in the day. And we used those roads, and we've seen the development. We knew that the highways, to me, I feel like they're highways, that they were going to be developed. But keep them to those main roads. Going through neighborhoods and residential areas is not the answer. Absolutely not the answer. It does not, how would I want to say, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you. It doesn't make any sense because we do have children that like to play in the streets. We love to see them playing basketball. I can remember when my mom used to tell me, go play on Okeechobee Boulevard, just to get out of our hair, because it has developed, and we understand development needs to happen for the communities and for the residents that built their home or bought a home that they were promised the traffic would be okay. Fix it some other way, not in our backyard.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, we're going to have the last number of cards. Go right ahead, Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. And we have Amanda Carroll, followed by, in this one, Kyle Bowen. Check both. I wish to speak. I do not wish to speak, so I'm not sure what you want. And then Mary McNicholas.
Very good. Come on up, proceed. Ms. Nicholas, you can come over here. Go right ahead, ma'am. You're recognized. State your name.
My name is Amanda Carroll, and I live on 40th Street, and we're directly affected. I'm also one of the criers who doesn't ever do this, so if you could bear with me a little bit. There's not really a whole lot that I can say that everyone hasn't already said. 40th Street is not a through street. It does not go through. It's broken up in different parts. So even though 40th Street is, as a whole, it's a long road, it's a bunch of separate parts. It doesn't go through, so it's essentially like everyone's living on a dead-end street. There are houses on both sides. Across the street from me, like the lady from La Mancha, are my La Mancha neighbors. There's no canal, there's nothing that separates. Their back fence is along our street. So they will be greatly affected. I'm surprised more of them aren't here. The road in front of our house is a 40-foot easement that is owned by the property owners and maintained by Indian Trail Improvement District that we pay the taxes to maintain those roads. They are not county roads. In my opinion, this would not solve all of the traffic issues that people are talking about. The majority of those issues are on North Lake Boulevard. You cannot get from State Road 7 to North Lake Boulevard. It just funnels people south to Okeechobee and then Southern. You could just take Seminole Pratt to Okeechobee or Southern. I've also heard several people talk about how special the area is, and this is true. My father-in-law came from communist Cuba to Palm Beach County and settled his family in 1984 on these 5 acres. What we have is not a house, it's a homestead. We have 5 acres, we have 2 homes, and a small farm where we are required to back trailers in and out, which it's not a problem now because it's a rural road where we have no traffic. There are 3 generations living there, all taking care of each other, and we have 1 lot left that we could build on for our own children. But doing a thoroughfare, even of 40 feet, takes away our rural lifestyle that he so thoughtfully bought all those years ago. He planted fruit trees and he has since passed, but his great-grandchildren come pick those fruits that he planted with his own hands, and that is putting the human face on what you're considering today. So we oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir? You're recognized.
My name is Kyle Bowen. I live on 13266 40th Street North. I am here to strongly disagree with y'all's decision on putting this road through. My wife and I, we use that road. We're equestrian people. All of my friends and families, you know, I'm sure everybody who lives there, they moved to the city. You know, I've been there my whole life, and you know, it is a special place, like everybody said. I don't normally come up and speak, but when somebody comes and knocks on my doorstep about wanting to put in a main road like this and taken away, it's not right. What y'all are trying to do is wrong. That's all I want to say, and I vote no against this.
Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary McNicholas, and I represent Indian Trail Improvement District, otherwise known as ITID. I'd like to reiterate ITID's position. We support deleting Persimmon Boulevard. We oppose 40th and 140th being added to the TIM. We believe that all traffic, and have studied that all traffic can be handled with 60th going through. Please focus on 60th. I want to respectfully request that these neighborhoods be protected. These are good people that have worked their entire lives for this jewel of their neighborhood. I also want to reiterate and state that might mess up this name, Royal Palm Beach Pines Natural Area needs to be protected. It's a jewel in the middle of the Western community. All different neighborhoods, including Indian Trail Improvement District, Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, the Acreage, and Loxahatchee Groves, have utilized this, and absolutely it needs to be protected. Lastly, we don't believe that any additional resources from staff or the time of these residents should continue to be wasted by initiating this item, and we respectfully request that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have heard from everyone, and as you know, we've given everyone an opportunity to speak 3 minutes. I want to thank you all for coming here. This is part of our democracy. This is part of your government here in Palm Beach County. And I also want to thank you for your respectful nature in listening to opinions that were similar to yours, same as yours, or maybe opposed to yours. You are all very respectful. At this time, I'm going to look at my colleagues, and if there is anybody here in the commission who has
some non-speaking cards.
Okay, well, first let me hear from my colleagues. How many non-speaking cards do we have?
25.
25 non-speaking cards. Do they have statements on it that they wish to
Some do.
record in the record?
Some do.
Okay, about how many wish to be recorded in the record?
Most of them.
All right, go ahead and go through those rather efficiently.
Just all the cards are considered part of the record, so.
So you don't have to.
Maybe what we will do is receive and file all the cards?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then we can proceed as
They're all in
planned.
opposition.
Very good, thank you. So, the additional non-speaking cards are all in opposition. Every card that was filled out today is part of a public record. And everyone will have an opportunity to review them if you wish. So at this point, I look towards my colleagues. Is there anybody from the County Commission who wishes to speak at this moment? Have any comments? Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. All right, my 3 minutes are up.
Nobody is exempt from that. She's tough, I'm telling you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner
They
Bernard.
cut it to 2 minutes. So I just have a couple comments
Sure.
and that I'll have to make. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Most of us who are here, who are sitting at this board, weren't here when Westlake was created. So, that was a decision, in terms of the approval for Westlake was a decision, by a previous board. When I came on board as a county commissioner, one of the big issue that we had to decide was on the issue of the Iota Carroll site. I think Commissioner Kerner and I, we voted down the Idaho Carroll site because of the concern of the traffic for the acreage and how it would impact the residents there. And I think I heard from some of the residents that's now the FPL solar site right now. I heard one of the residents mention West Palm Beach, and I represent the city of West Palm Beach. So, you know, we're not going to stick it to the city of West Palm Beach because, you know, we have great residents in West Palm Beach, and West Palm Beach is always fighting for, you know, what's best for the city of West Palm Beach. So I know, so some of us do represent the city of West Palm Beach. In regards to this item, I am not supporting that we initiate this item. You know, I think that, you know, if we put it into the TIM, then that means that things can change. A new commission can make changes to the TIM, and that could impact the residents. And so I think that if we need to look at the traffic out there, we can look at the traffic, we can do a study, we can do everything that we can, look at it comprehensively without impact, without putting it into the TIM. You know, I was looking at, you know, physicians, you know, there's a principle that says, do no harm. You know, many of the residents that are here today, in the past year or two, they've had to come here over and over again. And I know for me, if I had to be concerned about every county commission meeting and to know that whenever we as a board is meeting that it can impact my life, I would be pissed.
We are.
And so I think that we as a board and as, you know, county government, we have to be mindful of that, to really try our best to not cause the residents pain and suffering. And, you know, and I think we have to do that. Let's try our best, because a lot of these residents, I've seen them over and over again, and this has got to stop. So I am not supporting this initiation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Commissioner Woodward would like to speak. So Commissioner, if you can hear me, you can unmute yourself and go ahead and let us hear from Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you very much. And thanks for allowing me to join in this way. I wanted to thank Commissioner Baxter and all the citizens who came to speak to us today. It highlights the problem that we have, moving people in this county. And it confirms for me the work that I've already began and the conversations I've had with many of you and all of our municipalities as well, that we have to work on a master plan on how we move people throughout the entire county. And it's not even just our problem, it's a regional problem. But we do have to do better, but it's going to require a partnership between us, every taxing district, every municipality. And we also have to really look at how we approve developments and the land use that's in place already and the future land use that's coming. So I heard you, all of you, and I want to thank you for coming. I don't support doing this on the 10 now, but I do support us looking at a more holistic a plan. And I keep saying plan because we have to look at this for the entire county, all municipalities. And that's what I plan to do moving forward. And hopefully the rest of the commission agrees. We have our work cut out for us. And I want to thank all of you who showed up today. And we are going to work on this. We hear you and we thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Woodward. I recognize Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Baxter, District Commissioner.
So, thank you, Mayor. First off, I did look up, while we were sitting here, I looked up the questions were asked about whether or not where their land actually goes, and based on what's in the system, many of them do go all the way across the road on 40th Street. And so any type of doing anything on that road would require eminent domain. I also wonder, because we've also approved a resolution in this body to support complete streets, which means that there are sidewalks, that there are bike lanes, and that there are drainage facilities. And I don't think there's been any contemplation of what that impact might be. I really appreciate the suggestion from Councilman Hamara and now with colleague Commissioner Woodward that we need to do a master plan in this county. And it does involve everybody. It involves the municipalities. It involves our state partners. It involves our special districts. I cannot support adding this to the TIM. I don't think that's, to me, it would destroy this, at least this neighborhood, this portion of the acreage. And so I will not be supporting initiation of this. And I also agree with my colleague, Commissioner Bernard. I love you all. I love seeing you all here, but I don't want you to have to come back here month after month after month. It's exhausting. It's exhausting for us. It's exhausting. I can't imagine how exhausting it is for you all. And for that, I apologize. We need to be more cognizant of how this impacts your all's lives. It's been an honor and a privilege to be able to have this seat to represent you all, and we just need to be more thoughtful. Yeah, love you all. Glad you're all residents. You all stay home for a while, or you all stay home for a while.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Commissioner Baxter should go ahead.
Well, I'm going to have Commissioner Baxter close it. So you'd like to close it as well?
I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead.
If you don't mind,
Go right ahead.
I would like to speak first.
You want to, okay, before Commissioner, Vice Mayor, go right ahead. Commissioner Baxter.
So many things to be said. I do actually, I still stand by me not wanting increased traffic down 40th. The idea of the initiation was to see if the alignment was, and not initiation, please, does initiation mean we're adding it to the TIM? So,
No.
exactly. My point is that this wasn't to vote to add it to the TIM. It was an initiation because I did want more information on the study and the alignments, and staff has told me repeatedly the only way to get that information. With that being said, and after hearing my commissioners, I think, because I kind of love what they said, because I agree, I do want to, the only part of this, if we are going to, again, not initiate, which I am in favor of, 140th and 40th of not initiating it, I would also like to proceed with deleting Persimmon so that those residents don't have, on both sides of the street, the negative impacts that this road would cause to them. So I would like to see if they would also support that as well, and I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. I am allowing applause when it comes to the commissioners. That's my, it's my prerogative. Vice Mayor Marino, now you're recognized.
Thank you. And the reason I wanted to actually follow up last is because there have been a lot of folks out there that have commented on areas north of the acreage, including PGA Boulevard, the B Line, and North Lake. I want to clear a couple of things up. And also, by the way, 45th Street, which is not my district, 45th Street cannot possibly connect because it goes through grassy waters. That's one. So if we want to be conscious of conservation lands and water, we can't do 45th Street. There has been discussion about Seminole, Pratt Whitney going all the way up and connecting to Beeline. That is also the same issue. It goes through conservation lands. The cost to remediate and do all that is astounding. We will not do that. PGA Boulevard extending all the way to Avenir. That won't happen because that also goes through that same body of over 100,000 acres of conservation land. So I just want to clear that up because it has been at Royal Palm Beach. You said, continue PGA Boulevard. These are impossible things. Wish we could do them, we can't. So I want to get those off everybody's mind for the future. I also want to say that I've got lots of notes here of somebody made reference to Panther National and Avenir. There will be, and there is, a spine road being constructed in Avenir that will take traffic off of North Lake for several reasons. One is if you are driving from the acreage and you're going to work at Pratt Whitney, you can take that spine road. If something happens on North Lake Boulevard and we need another way in or out, you can take that spine road. But let's talk about something else. Let's talk about State Road 7. As of yesterday, it is back in the courts. What I believe we as a commission should do is not add or delete anything to the TIM until several things have been resolved. State Road 7 connecting, the lawsuit between Minto and ITID, the lawsuit between the city, between Avenir and the county. And on top of that, mobility. We have heard mobility come up a couple times today. We've heard about a global plan. The Florida legislature has changed how cities and the county can charge for fees that are how our roads are impacted. So before these things are settled, we as a commission should be doing nothing to the TIM, whether it is adding or subtracting. And with that, I think I've made my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, and since Commissioner Baxter brought it up, I'm going to support what was said by Commissioner Marino. I don't want to do anything at this point until we get this plan, this area plan done. We just leave it alone, and I hadn't contemplated the lawsuits that were going on as well. So, because that's going to be determinative of what the options are. So leaving just everything as it is, let's get a plan in place, let's get through the lawsuits and find out what the reality is going to be for us.
I thank you very much, Commissioner Weiss. I'd just like to state that you all are here not only for your own communities, but for the communities throughout the county, 1.5 million people. I have yet to see a road in any county in the United States stop at a city municipality and resume in another direction or just stop. Our roads are interconnected because we as a people are interconnected. So this is a Palm Beach County issue when it comes to connectivity, transportation, traffic. And as you can see from your commissioners, we are going to study this thoroughly. But I want to thank you. You came out for your homes, whether you were for it or against it. You came out for your families. You came out for your county. And I can assure you we have heard you. We have heard you loud and clear. and my colleagues here together will work on this issue because we are growing. And we are busting out all over, and we need to make sure that those of us who are here are protected, that we are respected, and that you have been heard. So at this point, I'm going to open up the commission for a motion at this time on this issue. Commissioner Baxter?
Thank you, Mayor. So my motion is not to proceed forward with the initiation of 140th and 40th, but I'd still, because it's initiation, and if the attorney would maybe help out here, I believe that it's not the roads that are in the lawsuit, it's about the connection.
It is.
So the lawsuit, so basically the court made a determination that the road network within ITID was not properly dedicated to the public, so that they are non-public roads. So, I mean, in a way, it does deal with the roads because the judge made a decision that the roads themselves are non-public roads.
No, I guess my question is if the road is on the TIM or not on the TIM, does it affect the lawsuit?
Oh, no, the TIM is just is a planning map, so, you know, adding these roads to the TIM would not affect the lawsuit.
Or deleting?
Or removing, correct.
Or removing. So I'd still like to, for the motion, to not proceed forward with the 140th and 40th, but I would still like to proceed forward with deleting Persimmon, because this, I would like, in addition to that, I would like staff, because they put it the backup to the comp meeting, that 5 lanes on 60th should be able to handle, and I read that too, most of the traffic. I would like to, you know, see what we can do, potentially, and work that out going forward, because traffic has to move. But I do agree, I don't want it through the middle of our neighborhood. I'm sorry, Mo. But I do. I know you want more and more roads, but obviously I do agree and have always agreed that this was all supposed to be about looking at alignments, looking at traffic flows, and gathering information. This wasn't a vote to add it to the TIM, but I would like to proceed forward with deleting it. So to clarify my motion, not to proceed forward with 140th and 40th, but I would like to proceed forward with the deletion of Persimmon.
Is there a second? Do I have another motion? Commissioner Weiss?
Go ahead.
Recognized?
Thank you. I would like to move that we deny adding 40th and 140th, or just deny this item, just straight up.
And I have a second with Vice Mayor Marino. All those for? Anybody against? See that it passes unanimously. The motion has been denied. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute, certainly a 10-minute break. You all can, unless you want to stay for the rest of the agenda. Otherwise, you all are dismissed and quietly. Thank you very much. Let me look at my colleagues. We haven't adjourned yet. We need a 10-minute break for the staff. Would you like a longer one or? Okay, 10 minutes. We have 2 more.
what happened. Obviously, I did something wrong, but I'm not sure what. Somebody make a copy of this and give it to Commissioner Weiss.
I see that you're playing with a little puppy, and I just told Commissioner Weiss he cannot bring his kitty cat over here. So anyways, we're going to resume. It is ready to resume the second part of our zoning hearing for today, and we are on number 4, Port of Palm Beach Master Plan Text Initiation, and let's hear from staff.
That will be Jeff.
It could be Jeff.
Oh, thank you, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Jeff.
Hi there. Good morning, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor. We actually have David Willock, our senior planner, here to provide the initiation for the Port of Palm
Very
Beach.
good. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon. The item before the board is county-initiated text amendment known as the Port of Palm Beach Master Plan Text Initiation. Although this is a county-initiated text amendment, board approval for initiation is required to proceed forward with the full staff report. The proposed amendment would revise the transportation and coastal management elements to incorporate by reference the Port of Palm Beach Master Plan, which was adopted by the Port of Palm Beach Commission and is dated September 8th, 2023. As with previous updates, 3 portions of the master plan would be incorporated in the comprehensive plan. Appendix A, which has the goals, objectives, and policies. Figure 55, which is the initial master plan map improvements 0 to 5 years. And Figure 57, which is the capital improvement program. The Port Master Plan is required by statute to be incorporated into the county comprehensive plan. The master plan is reviewed by several county departments for consistency, and the comp plan and comments are also provided during the update. Notice of this initiation was sent to the City of Riviera Beach and the City of West Palm Beach. As such, Planning Division recommends initiation of the proposed amendment. Planning Commission recommended initiation 10-0. At the March 8th, 2024 meeting. We have a representative from the Port of Palm Beach if you have any questions.
All right, are there any questions from members of the board? We have cards, and Commissioner Weiss will read the cards.
Let's see, Drew Martin, followed by William Jones. Jonette.
Is that person here? All right, read the next card.
That's it.
That's it? All right, Mr. Drew, you're on.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club. I always put a card in because I never know if I want to say something. So I just, so I know if I don't put a card in, then I won't be able to say anything. I mean, I don't have any, I don't think the Sierra Club has any objections to the port text amendment that I know of. The main thing we are concerned about is dredging. We don't want to see any additional dredging that's going to cause turbidity in the lagoon or out on the reef system. Of course, there are issues with diesel. Ships use very dirty diesel, and they create a lot of air pollution, which is very unhealthy for the residents who live near the port. We've been asking that when ships are tied up, that they turn their diesel motors off and they get electricity from the land so that they don't create as much pollution. I think those are important issues. Certainly, there are benefits to ship traffic. However, we are concerned about the right whale and collisions. So we ask that ships, when they are travel at a slower speed, so they do not collide with whales. We've lost a number of calves. There's less than 100 right whales. But overall, we're hoping to return to sailing ships. That's our ultimate goal, so we don't have to use the diesel engines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. All right, seeing no further cards, any questions or comments by members of the board? So at this point, we are looking for a motion.
I'll move to initiate.
Okay, we have Commissioner Weiss move to initiate, second by Commissioner Baxter. All those for? Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously at this time. And please include Commissioner Woodward in that vote as well. Moving right along now to our last item on the agenda, which is number 5, Places of Worship presentation. Go right ahead, Ms. Amara, for the presentation.
Yes, good morning. No, this afternoon. Brian Davis, Principal Planner, and I will be making this presentation together. So it's about places of worship and the Agricultural Reserve, and I think the kickoff starts with Brian.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. We're going to try and not fumble this one too badly because this is one of those strange, it covers both planning and zoning. Lisa and I worked together for years. We usually have a pretty good handle on how to do these. So just very quickly, the outline, we are going to bring this back, or we're bringing this back to you because this had been an item that the board had previously directed to come back and look at potentially allowing for places of worship and ag reserve preserves. And we wanted to ground you in the relevant policy and regulations to... I've been gonged off. So this is an interesting presentation from a planning perspective. We don't typically talk about specific uses. We talk about general uses like institutional residential, commercial, and so forth. But at zoning, that's very common to do. So we're going to ground you in places of worship from a plan perspective, and then the ag reserve and how the preserves have worked. Most of you have seen this, so we'll try and make it a brief refresher. But to give you the context, so we'll look at the master plan, how we got there, the policy directives, and then how the plan development preserves work, and then we'll look at the preserves and go from there. So. Places of worship, as I've already said, the plan does not talk about specific uses like this. It talks about them generally, it talks about institutional uses. The reason they're typically not covered other than in a very broad context is the idea is you don't want to be coming in and doing a comprehensive plan amendment to allow like a daycare, a place of worship, or so forth, because they're more appropriately done through a zoning process. They have their own concerns at that level. So it's, if you make them come back, the idea is a big, large scale institutional use though should, like a massive, correctional facility or something like that is the kind of thing that would be more appropriate to come in, look at the regional impacts. But the idea is things that are residentially appropriate or appropriate in a residential land use designation can pretty much occur for institutional purposes of the daycares, places of worship. There's some finer tuning of that in the location in the zoning code, but we have a policy that says effectively they're allowed in all land use designations except for conservation and AP. So religious facilities are further explained as being appropriate in the designation. The concept there is something like, not unlike a very large religious retreat or like a mega church, as I think they're commonly referred to, where you may have very large scale traffic impacts. And then the only other real guidance you have in the ag reserve specifically is that there is a prohibition, and something that dates all the way back to the master plan, and that's 15S, which prohibits institutional uses west of State Road 7. So that's really the plan's bumpers, if you will, of what's in play, where the plan tends to be out of that. When you get to the code, however, then has 17 types of institutional public civic uses. It is, place of worship is one of those. It is considered an assembly type use. It is allowed in straight AGR zoning, not in the preserves as of right now. And then there's that further restriction as enshrined in the plan. It also is carried forth in the code because they have to be consistent that it's not allowed west of State Road 7. And then there's the specific locations. If you're under 5,000 square feet, you can be on a local residential street. 5 to 15, you can be on a local commercial or a local collector or arterial, and over 15, you have to be on a collector or arterial. So that's very important. On the screen are all the uses. I'm not going to read through them, but just to give you a sense, the animal shelters, colleges, universities, correctional facilities, prisons, jails, skilled nursing facilities. Because we love talking about thoroughfare identification maps, just to understand this, we have a number of roads that are identified in the TEM, as we call it: State Road 7, Lyons Road, Boynton Beach, Atlantic, and Flavor Picked. These are also important because all of the plan unit developments have requirements that say they have to have frontage and access from one of those thoroughfare map roads. So you've already got a limitation, but that's how they're used. So this is the idea: if you get a really large place of worship, they may have to tie into that if they're over 15,000 square feet. So master plan history, again, one of the famous grayed out maps that we like to use. The ag reserve tier, just a reminder, it's one of the 5 tiers. It has its own unique set of policies and directions. It's not really urban suburban, it's not really rural, it's sort of this in-between state. It's a limited urban service area, but it has a very special intent to preserve agriculture commensurate with allowing for limited development. And the objective is to preserve your environmentally sensitive lands, agriculture, and other open space type uses. That's the fundamental purpose of why the ag reserve is different. And so that's where it is. It's located between the urban suburban tier on the south end of the county, north of Broward, and then east of the East Coast Buffer, or Corbett, or not Corbett, the Arthur R. Marshall lands. So the concept of the ag reserve, it originated in the 1980 comp plan. It was called the reserve. Ironically, I found it had an origin in, I had earlier talked about the Midland study. It was actually the recommendation of the Midland study that Area 5, which is the ag reserve, said, go do a master plan. That's the only thing it said. And so they kicked the can to the early 90s, which is where this story happens. I just hadn't run across that, and it stuck out to me. So, hey, the ag reserve actually, we knew even further back that this was going to be a strategy. But there was a master plan process done throughout the 90s, and then it resulted in a number of comprehensive plan policies, initially adopted in 2001, and then there's been some changes over the years, but really it was in the mid-teens, not the mid-aughts, the mid-teens. After some roundtables, the board began directing for changes for further development types. But at a high level, the ag reserve objectives under the tier, you are to enhance the potential for agriculture, the environmental resources, and open space. If you become a planned development, you get approved, you're allowed to do the 1 unit per acre gross density. Everything else is limited, but that's what, the concept is you would provide the land, concentrate the development in the development area. And so the idea is to keep everything there relatively low density, which then limits the service needs. And so the idea was to cap residential and non-residential uses there as a result. And then the other main focus for the county was to go after the bond. The concept at that time was to create a self-sustaining form of development, to have mixed-use centers. That's what the original TMD concept was, and some housing diversity. Again, infrastructure was a key thing to minimize the costs and impacts to development, and then to also ensure the county got its value for the bond referendum and the bond purchases while limiting to manage the traffic need. On to preserve and density policies. The idea, as I've established, is agriculture and natural lands are the preserve requirement. You were trying to, when the county had two different methods here, preserve the land through clustering of density, and then they also preserve the bond, or through the bond, to go out and acquire as much land as it could. We've already gone through a lot of this, but the existing AGR lands had the 1 unit per 5 acres, and then the PUD, as I've already said, and the idea was 60 to 80% of the land was then saved as a result. So I've started to hint at this. The government lands, some of it was already off the books. It was a water management district, state-owned. We had other conservation areas that the county owned. The development preserves were supposed to be privately owned, and they largely are, with some exceptions. The various 60-40 and 80-20 concepts, those that are privately owned are then restricted by the easements, conservation easements. They are swapped with some regularity over the years as they've been trying to consolidate ownership and management. And then that bond purchase, which resulted in almost 2,500 acres of land taken out of private ownership. The county has owned it, has managed it through the bond acquisition program. And so, again, to reiterate, the purpose to preserve land and reduce the overall number of units. So that bond referendum in all, not entirely spent on just the ag reserve, but a lot of it went to about $100 million for the bond purchases. We have 12 properties leased in that 2,500 acres. We just always include this to let you know that that's what was purchased, not the development preserves, just so that's clear. The clustering concept. As of last year, there was, and again, I need to set the stage here, there's about 22,000 plus acres of land in the overall area of the ag reserve, of which there's 13,000 total acres that are developed, or not developed, that are put towards a PUD or a TMD or an MUPD. And then that results in that 13,000, when you do the 60-40 splits and the preserve requirements, about 5,000 acres, a little over 5,000 acres as development area, and almost 8,000 acres preserved. So the program has largely worked. What you see on the map in the green are those are the preserve areas. The gold color, those are the actual development areas. The light green are the other government-owned lands as they show up there. And then you see the TMD lands there highlighted in red. That's what those are. And then there's a few outlying parcels that have not yet been spoken for that are out there. So in all, there's almost 49, or a little over 4,900 acres of private preserve, and then about 3,000 acres of government preserve. So, and then I skipped over dwelling units, the key thing everyone likes. A little over 10,000 are built. There's almost 12,000 approved. So that was last year's snapshot. And again, just density, we've covered this earlier, so there's a little bit of repetition here because we just want to make sure we keep everything pure. 1 unit per 5 as the subdivision's the top, then 1.2.5, again, as a straight subdivision is sort of the middle, and then what 1 per 1 looks like with some notions of a planned community. So you can just get the sense of what the different densities look like. I've already showed you this slide this morning, so I'm not going to repeat that. But in a different development sense, this is if you were to look at cobblestone, AGR PUD, where the preserve works. This is the real world example rather than the conceptual example. You have the 100 acres with 250 units, that's the 40%. It's not actually the preserve, that's actually the Amestoy piece next door, but for visualization purposes, that's what it looks like, because the preserve and development areas are often non-contiguous. So the policy itself, 1.51L for the PUDs, it says that land is utilized for crop production, pasture, equestrian purposes, and is retained as fallow land or conserved for a water management purpose. So it's a more narrow preserve requirement, if you will, compared to the next one, the TMD or the MUPD 151N. It has the same, but it also then goes and allows for civic purposes such as schools, libraries, fire stations, if located east of State Road 7 and adjacent to a development area. This was effectively picking back up that east of State Road 7, you can't do the institutional uses west. And then there had earlier been a greater allowance, if you will, for civic uses non-contiguous. If you're familiar with the Happy Hollow Road, there's a charter school there that is a TMD that was approved before the policy was amended to say that it had to be contiguous, but that's generally how that works. And then water uses have been, there's been a slight amendments over the years for the EH, which is more recent, so I'm not going to go into that, but we have that. So in the master plan, just to go back, it contemplated fully that there would be some level of civic uses in the AGR. That's why the Canyons Town Center has the allowance for the schools that are being built, the park that is being built, the Canyons District Park. That was the intent. It was a civic site bank that was created over the years with the developer. Those became the preserves. Those were identified as being the appropriate location. And that was how we got those civic sites and uses. But the specific language talked about that you needed to have them tied to the commercial development, and that the developer should be allowed to dedicate the equivalent acreage for a civic type use. And again, that prohibition. There are other things outside of the AGR specific, but just unique to all PUDs. We have a 2% civic site requirement. That's anywhere in the county if you're to do one. So they also have that for a civic pod requirement. And then these are implemented in the ULDC where you have established allowable uses in the use matrix and that 2% civic. Is this where you're taking over? Yeah. I don't do data well.
So this graphic is showing some of the acreages in the ag reserve tier and highlights some of the preserve areas and the development areas and what's left. This one on the graphic on the left shows an updated for 2024 figures, and what this slide highlights on the right these are all the properties that can today be developed with place of worship uses if they meet that location requirement of on a local residential street or local commercial or collector arterial. Places of worship are allowed in regular AGR zoning. Everything on the slide on the right is regular AGR zoning, or in some instances, actually, some of those park areas are in preserve areas. We do have some non-residential development. And this slide here shows all of the existing institutional uses in the ag reserve already. It shows the hospital, the cemetery, places of worship that are approved, Faith Farm, Caridad, and some of the public parks that are also in the tier. So this slide shows on the left all of the uses that are allowed in regular AGR zoning and the limited handful of uses that are allowed in the AGR PUD preserve areas. Now, as Brian said, in the AGR TMD and the AGR MUPD, we do allow government services, schools, and fire rescue as well. For the MUPDs, the schools now have to be contiguous to the development areas. That was the vision of the master plan. And so, this slide really talks about all of those uses. I would like to point out that there's almost 600 to 700 acres in the dark green on this slide. These are called other remaining. This acreage does not have a development commitment and is currently not used for heavy agricultural uses. A place of worship could go there, and any of those other colors as well, other than the teal that it's in the preserve area. So there are opportunities in the tier right now for places of worship. And turning it, looking at, this is kind of a joint slide. So currently the comprehensive plan does not talk about places of worship. As Brian mentioned at the beginning, this concept of dividing institutional and public facilities uses into specific categories lives only in the ULDC. In order to allow places of worship in a preserve area, there's kind of no way to go it alone without going in lockstep with the other institutional uses that are allowed by the comp plan. It would take a deviation from the purpose of the preserve areas for the tier for environmental land and open space, and it would kind of change the dynamic, not just for the preserve areas, but for the comp plan itself, which doesn't get into religious entities at this time. It just bundles hospitals, prisons, nursing treatment facilities all together as a single kind of category at the plan stage. And we would anticipate, if this is a direction and a comp plan amendment that was done, we anticipate that about 350 acres of existing institutional uses would all apply with swaps to try to become preserve areas. So that kind of wraps up the big picture from planning and zoning, and we're available for questions.
Thank you so much for that study. I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. Do you have any questions or comments? We have some cards. Commissioner Weiss?
Can I ask a question?
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. I was looking for you. Commissioner Woodward, go right ahead.
Yes, you mentioned we have a 2% requirement for civic plots. How many of those do we have in the ag reserve?
As far as civic pods in the ag reserve, so what happened in the early 2000s is the GL and the county worked together to cluster some of the open space and civic pod requirements. So a lot of the civic dedication is clustered at the north side of the ag reserve with the 2 schools and at the Canyons TMD and the park there as well. We have a civic pod dedication at Flavor Picked and Lions, which is currently being built with a fire rescue site. And we also have a civic dedication in Four Seasons off of State Road 7. That's around 2.5 acres. The county did purchase 5 acres off of Linton and Lions for another fire rescue potential site. But for the southern end, we don't have any civic dedication in those on the graphic here that are orange. There are no civic sites within the ag reserve within those orange areas. However, just outside the tier, there's some parkland that's west of State Road 7, and we do have civic land close to the ag reserve in the Johns West PUD, which is on the other side of, it's near Glades Road. There's some civic lands there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner. We have some cards, Commissioner Weiss.
All right.
All right, go right
We have
ahead.
3 cards. I'll call them all now. So that would be Alexandria Larson, Drew Martin, and Rabbi Yossi Shapiro.
Good. Good afternoon. You're recognized.
That's odd. But anyway, I thought it was the oddest thing I ever saw in my life when I saw a meeting, because the 2% just happened up there on Southern just a little bit ago, a couple months ago. They changed it from 1% to 2%. So I don't know if it was at a planning and zoning meeting. I remember that because they used the map down in Boca to justify how we could change it to 2% for industrial or 7-Elevens, 1,000 feet, you know, how it was set up for the roads and everything. I don't know if you remember that, Commissioners, but it vaguely sits in my mind there, how we change everything. But this one, nothing. We did not and I will reiterate this 100,000 times over because this is quasi-judicial. You are under oath and you have to tell the truth. And my truth is, we didn't get what we paid for in the ag, preserve, and reserve. We did not get the bill of sale that was sold to the taxpayers because they did environmental land and agricultural land, and we were supposed to get a lot more land than 2,500 acres, because I'm rounding it off for you. And we certainly are not real estate agents. The county is not real estate agents. We shouldn't be promising things we can't do when we have to change our comp plan, the ULDC, to accommodate someone. It's wrong. I remember when this happened, I sat here in awe because they said, yes, you will get your stuff, because when we had that one big meeting where we all suffered for about 12 hours, the one thing I heard all day was, we got to walk to Temple. I got inundated by, we got to walk to Temple. And then there was another meeting where it was said, well, we're going to make sure you get your Temple in your school. And in this document, it says ag, reserve, and preserve. It's not, this is not good. This is all not good because we can't guarantee this kind of stuff to people. We can't. We're not supposed to be. I don't think we should be, but that's my personal opinion, because it was literally said, we're going to get you your stuff. And I know the commissioner, she doesn't want us to name names, so I won't. But they can go back and watch the meeting because this is what's bothering me about this county. I really mean it when you need a moratorium on building. Take a breath, stop it. Because we're pitting people against the other. Now we got this. Because if we do one for one, then we got to do it for everybody. I told Drew we should have a church for butterflies and bees. I'm not being facetious, but it's at least it's an honest thing because we're getting stopped when we speak. We are getting all kinds of stuff. The one guy had 43 seconds left today and they told him to go away. It's amazing. I hope, commissioners, that you could sit back and go back and watch your meetings. I always tell Channel 20, do the commissioners, not us, because we really do. I'm not guaranteeing anybody real estate.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Martin?
Yes, Drew Martin here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. There's a lot of things in this that are very troubling. And I was at Sunday was the funeral for Rabbi Barry Silver, and I really like Rabbi Silver because he put the environment ahead of everything else. I mean, he said, if you want to be a good religious person, you have to care about the environment. And so what worries me here is what we really have is someone putting their, desire for a school and a religious, what do you want to call it, piece of real estate ahead of the environment. We don't think that anything religious or a school should be preserved. It shouldn't be reserved. That's not reserve area. It was very clear what the taxpayers paid for. That was agricultural land for water resources. We did not pay for reserve lands out of our budget. And when we talk about budget, it's not just the land we bought, but it's also the comprehensive plan and all the money and time that went into setting up a comprehensive plan that preserves agriculture, water resources, open space. So if you suddenly now say open space is a church or a synagogue or a mosque, then you're really deceiving the taxpayers because that's not what they paid for. And you're not in the business, and the Constitution very clearly states the separation of church and state. You're not in the business of building churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, or anything else. So, I don't know what the purpose of this is, but it worries me because when I hear the word swap, that really bothers me. When I hear the word that, you're going to do something different. Now, institution is a different story. If there's something set up where you can have an institution and you want to make it a synagogue or a church or a temple, or then that's okay. I mean, that fits in with your plan. But if your purpose here is to undermine preservation and take land that's currently in agriculture and turn it into a charter school for a religious group, then that's wrong. And I don't think this has anything with people walking, because if you want to put something in walking distance, you need to put it inside the development. So next time jail does a development, if they have any land, then they have their 2% can be a synagogue, and it can be within walking distance of the homes. Again, I ask you not to move forward on anything that is going to negatively impact the preserved lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rabbi?
Good afternoon.
Good
I guess by
afternoon.
afternoon by now, right? Thank you all for your time. Thanks staff and for the commissioners for your time today. Just want to clarify some points here. Number one is, I guess the genesis of where this came from was direction from the commissioners to staff to see if we could look into this. But it came from back when there was that conversation, as correctly mentioned before, saying there is this concern that physically we live in an individual place. And he mentioned prior that it's not about walking, but truly it is, because there is residents that live in areas, and the reality is the civic uses that were potentially there aren't there anymore, or they've been moved further away, so that practically speaking, if someone does want to practice their religion and be able to walk to a synagogue, in certain cases that's not possible, or it makes it very, very hard. And then you're limited to very, very few parcels that have that potential. Now, when those parcels that are around are preserved, so you have land that's not even being farmed, that's sitting preserved, just with that usage, and you have residents that are not able to then practice because it wasn't essentially potentially planned correctly back in the day. So the question is, what do we do to mitigate that? Now, obviously it was then discussed. We'll see if we can find the solution. There's no ask here for the county to donate or to gift or anything like that. That's not the county. I agree. The county is not in the real estate game to sell any property, and it's not the county's responsibility to sell property, but it's to try find a way to make a win-win solution that works for residents as a whole, to make this a county which is greater long-term. As it's already great, just to make it even greater as it continues to grow. And I guess it's really just an overall conversation that's important to always have, and to thank you for having it today. That's it. Thanks for your time. And
Thank you. All right, we have no further cards, and do we have any questions or comments by members of the board? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
There is no motion.
This is a presentation for informational purposes.
Yep.
And it was very thorough. I want to thank Lisa and all of the members of the staff for this. And I think that this about concludes our end of the regular agenda. Now I would like to move on to comments by the county attorney.
No comments.
Very good. By the planning director.
Nothing additional. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. The zoning director.
No comments, thank you.
The executive director.
I do have comments.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Carroll.
I just wanted to update you on some of the directives that the board has given to us over the past year and a half. And I'll just kind of run through them quickly, and if you'd like to ask questions or refer to staff, we can do that. So the board had directed us to work on streamlining and simplifying the ULDC. We have been working through that initiative. Lisa has been very proactive in doing that, meeting with industry, having a development review forum that's now going to be a quarterly event, and to address many things, not only the ULDC, but processes as well. We're meeting with FAU on Monday. We're hoping that they've developed a new AI tool that might be able to look at our ULDC, identify some inconsistencies, things like that. This effort might end up ultimately resting with a consultant so that we can get it done quicker. So that's pretty much the update on that. The another item was when we have the civic sites, as were just discussed, that are not being used for some facility of some sort that FDO has identified, that if instead of it cashing out, if it could be used for affordable or workforce housing. So we have been working with FDO and HED on that effort, and we hope to bring back language that would be needed to be modified in the ULDC next month for permission to advertise. Another item was directing us to review where appropriate densities, higher densities, could be located in the county, in unincorporated Palm Beach County. So we had started meeting with industry and with our partners, other departments and agencies on that, because it will take a coordinated effort to make that happen. So, and then also Live Local came along after that direction was given, so that gave us a little bit of caution on the increased densities. We actually are hiring a new planning director, so that planning director is starting in middle of April. So when she starts, that will be on her list of things to carry on with that effort as well. Another item was the workforce housing program. We've continued to look at that, and just recently passed some ULDC updates that will require additional monitoring, a little bit more intensive monitoring, keeping everyone accountable for what's going on. And then there's another phase to that our new planning director will take the helm on that as well when she starts. Another item was to look into how we are siting and permitting fences and small structures like sheds. That has, it's more complicated than it sounds. So we have a special projects coordinator that is in-house to PZB that's working on that with the various divisions in the department. And one of the things that has been identified is how we're better coordinating between the different divisions. And when someone is cited for such a thing, how that person is able to move through the process if it's necessary, those types of things. Another thing is the code enforcement comprehensive inspections was asked for us to come back with an update on that policy or just an overview. And then we were also asked to bring back information on tools that we could do to enhance our compliance efforts when it comes to code enforcement. So some of you know we're coming back in April for a workshop, a BCC workshop, April 16th. So we'll address both of those items at that time. And the next thing was the agritourism ordinance that we've been working on. Cindy Hoskin, who has joined us as the deputy director for PZB, she is very familiar with this matter. And so she's taking the lead on this, and we have already started meeting with stakeholders, and our Ag Enhancement Council will be hosting their meeting at Vista April 24th. So we'll be attending that as a fact-finding session and hearing some of their feedback and working through that issue with them as we move that forward. And let's see. Sorry, there were quite a few. Another item is our technology. We were asked to come back or to review some technology for PZB to enhance the permitting and customer service initiatives. So we have been working on that. PZB has many technology needs that we've identified. We have been working with Archie and the ISS team. We've been working with we've been meeting with various vendors on various items, and we have done our own internal technology survey, working with our divisions, our different staff to identify what tools we could be using better and more efficiently. We have ultimately concluded that we are going to hire a technology consultant. That technology consultant will then review our systems, we'll work with ISS, and we'll also identify some of the vendors that might be helpful for us to move that process forward quicker. So we're very excited about that. And another item was moving the type 2 variances to the Board of County, to the board to approve. Zoning is reviewing the history on that, and we hope to bring that back to consider maybe some changes or some options by early summer. Another item was sunsetting the Bioscience Land Advisory Board and overlay. That's moving along. I think Darren's working with the jurisdictions that were involved. Everyone has signed off except for one. Once that one has signed off, we will then move forward with ULDC amendments and comp plan changes to sunset that. Almost the last. DRO process, the DRO process, making that more transparent. We think maybe that might have originated from some miscommunication with our industry folks. I don't think that they realized that they could attend the DRO meetings, but they can attend the DRO meetings, and we also, they can be publicly attended. They're not closed meetings by any means. So I think Lisa's working with that communication, making sure everyone's aware of that fact as well. So, and then also we are bringing back, as a follow-up to our commercial vehicle discussion, we will be bringing back the requested options and at the May zoning BCC hearing. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carroll. That was quite a list.
Yes. Keeps us busy.
And I wonder if you could send us, each commissioner, of that list, and also a way that if we wish to comment on it,
Okay.
that we could, and who we would comment to, because I think there's some items on there that we may want to, chat with you a little bit about, and we would do that individually to you. So if you could provide that along with that list, we would appreciate it, and thank you for moving forward on that. Sure. Appreciate it very much. All right, moving on to the Deputy County Administrator.
Just one item, Mayor. Want to let the board know, following your direction on March 12th, to bring back to you for initiation amending the TIM for North Lake Boulevard. We're looking to do that in May, but backing out the dates. Keep in mind, we would do it in May. We'd be going to Planning Commission in early May, and then would have the public information meeting late April-ish. So just want to give you the heads up that that will be moving through as well soon.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you. Based on discussion we had today, I'd like to ask that we not move forward with that until I think it's incumbent until we continue to work on this comprehensive or overall transportation plan that we just think we made the decision today to leave everything alone for now.
Do you wish to respond to that, sir? Is
If
that
that's the board's direction to pause that initiative for the time being, we'll take that direction. I just want to make sure you knew what we were working on and bringing that forward, but certainly heard the discussion this morning as well. But I'll take board direction.
All right. Has everybody heard what Commissioner Weiss has
Well, I
recommended?
object to him removing it again because we did as a
I'm
board
sorry,
already.
hold on. Commissioner Baxter? Hold on
Sorry.
just one second. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Marino had her light on. Check your light, make sure it's working. It is. Okay. Vice Mayor Marino.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Yes, and it is our prerogative here to give board direction, and I believe that this was not initiated, but Commissioner Baxter asked for this at our last meeting, and none of us voiced any opinion on it. Given what we talked about today, and given the lawsuits that we're in, given what's going on with State Road 7, given mobility, I would agree to not bring this back at this time. I would also almost want to say we need to just do a moratorium on additions and deletions to the TIM, because we truly need an overall mobility plan. I was going to save it for my comments, but since we're on North Lake Boulevard at this moment, I would like to direct staff. There is construction going on North Lake Boulevard now. There will be construction going on North Lake Boulevard for quite a while. However, the speed limits have not been adjusted down during this construction period. And I would appreciate it if they would, if it's possible, if board is able to do that. I don't know if we are or not, but it is a safety factor. It is an accident factor. If we can slow down traffic during this construction period, I think it would better suit everybody that travels on North Lake Boulevard. So that's a lot of things all combined into one, but the basic beginning of this was, I think, there are several people here at the commission that do not want to see any additions, deletions, or modifications to the TIM at this time, and that would include North Lake Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. May I suggest that, would that be a second to Commissioner Weiss's motion to not look at TIM at this time, as originally stated by the administrator? Okay, thank you. The clerk would note that. And let me also suggest something, that any issues with regard to traffic enforcement and speed can be directed right to our engineering department. I know this from experience from some of my roads that are undergoing construction. So you don't need a board direction on that, and I would direct you over to engineering. They're extremely, extremely capable of that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think I do because, engineers have their parameters. Their parameters don't include people. And as we heard today, our engineers would just like to widen every single road we have in our county. That is not a healthy thing. We need to take our residents into consideration. And on North Lake Boulevard, I have been told that no, we are not going to lower the speed limit even though there's construction going on. So we are not allowed to interfere with business. We are not allowed to give interference with our staff other than our administrator. I don't know what our prerogative here is. Our attorney, I am looking at you, but I would really appreciate it if there was some consideration on North Lake Boulevard to lower the speed limit due to construction. I don't know what authority I have, so I am asking our attorney and our executive director.
I know. But let me just say to this, Vice Mayor, I used to prosecute these cases. It's a state statute that speed limits are set by statute. If there's a construction zone, it is set by statute. They should be lowered. But again, you could hear from the county lawyer, but I have had tremendously good, positive reinforcement from our engineers here in the county with regard to construction that's being done in many of our county roads in my district. But we can
They
hear
have
from
turned
our
us down
county-
on North
wait, just one
Lake,
second,
period.
Just one second.
No.
Let me hear from our county lawyer when it comes to the setting of speed and not really enforcement, but speed limit set by statute during construction.
Unfortunately, I would have to get back to you on that. That is not my area of knowledge.
It was mine, but I can refer you to, so why don't you give us to honor the Vice Mayor's request, Mr. Attorney, why don't you give us an answer to all of us with regard to speed zones on construction sites, and also if the county engineer, I know that one is here, our Assistant Director of Engineering, but for David Ricks to respond to the issues that have been presented by the Vice Mayor in North Lake. Jennifer, would you like to respond to that at this time?
If you don't mind, I'll jump in. Joanne Keller, Deputy County Engineer. It's a complicated issue. There are multiple agencies that have traffic control authority over North Lake, but I have taken down the comment and I will go back and we'll discuss it to see what flexibility we have during construction.
Okay, and respond to all of us if you could.
I would be happy to do that, sure.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't agree. We have so many traffic problems already in the county. A moratorium on anything adding and removing from the TIM doesn't make any sense. But especially on North Lake, when we sat here and heard a room full of people, even when the conversation of 40th and 140th came up, the first thing that everyone says is, why don't you widen North Lake? Why don't you widen North Lake? It's a reoccurring theme that they want it. Why did it? Somebody even said, I think it was my town hall, they wanted 12 lanes. Now it's a little ridiculous, I will agree. But we only have one section of that road that needs to be widened from what I understand from staff. And even if we acquire the right of way, again, this is planning for the future, that if the traffic counts say, even after the spine road goes through, that it's still warranted and we have enough room to do it. So I don't understand the hesitation of initiating this, other than we know that we have two competing groups here. We have the residents of the acreage, and then we have the residents that live in the HOA neighborhoods off of North Lake. Our competing interests in the one doesn't want the road to have the right of way, and one needs it. That's what's going on here. And honestly, if we're going to have this, let's leave it on so that we can put it on an agenda and we can have the residents have a voice. If we kill this here and now, you're saying they don't get a vote. So let's give this a vote, put it on the agenda for May, and let them come and let them be heard.
Okay. All right. We have a motion, we have a second, and I see that Vice Mayor We have the attorney's light on, and then I'll recognize the vice mayor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, is the motion that's currently on the floor is to rescind the direction to consider, to initiate North Lake Tim. Is that correct?
If I could have, Commissioner Weiss, what was the motion that you made?
That's exactly what it was.
Okay, you just said it. Thank you, County Attorney. All right, Vice Mayor Marino?
I just want to remind everybody, we did have this discussion February 1st of 2023 to not increase the right-of-way on North Lake Boulevard from 120 to 142. It was a 6-to-1 vote. Commissioner Baxter, and rightfully so, dissented. She's representing the acreage community, the western communities. We had plenty of speakers that day that came in and spoke. I'm representing all of those folks that live along North Lake Boulevard. Some of their land will also have to be taken in order to do 140 feet, which never seems to be put into the equation. So I'm putting that out there now. We've talked about taking people's land today. We'd have to do that on North Lake. So while I truly, truly understand Commissioner Baxter's position on this, I hope you all understand my position on this. We voted on it. It was a 6-1 vote. We removed this from the TIM. I appreciate, we're all very passionate up here. We all try to do our best. We all try to listen to the most amount of people. We have folks in the audience that agree with us sometimes and disagree with sometimes. But I would like to stay with the course of our vote of February 1st, 2023, that said that the right-of-way would not increase to 140 feet from 120. You all can correct me if I got the yardage wrong or feet wrong. I'm a golfer. I say yardage, so.
Okay, very good.
There you have it.
I think we're ready for a vote.
Mayor, I still had
Commissioner Baxter. I'm sorry.
comments. So we were just, Commissioner Woodward and I were just newly elected, and Commissioner Barnett was just newly appointed in the February 23. I did not have enough time to properly notify my residents of what was occurring and fully wrap my head around what we were doing at that moment. I was literally here weeks, a couple months, and the next thing I know, we're voting to restrict a right-of-way. I think I've heard hundreds, if not more, of my residents wanting wider roads on North Lake since I've been in office, which is what prompted this initially. So, to say that, that's what we do. We decide things, we listen to the public, we decide things, and I think they also, the acreage residents, deserve the right to be heard, is what I'm asking. I'm not saying that, they will show up, but I think we've heard enough that they will, and they really want this. So I'm just saying, let's give them a chance to be heard. So I would like to present a substitute motion to not move forward with, this direction.
In other words, your substitute motion would be to move forward.
To keep it on the May
keep it on
agenda.
As already, okay. Vice Mayor Marino. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well,
Second for the substitute.
I think that
I think
Vice
we're waiting.
Mayor Marino had her light on about the same time.
First.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and now we have a substitute motion. Do we have a second to the substitute motion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward on a vote for the motion as described by Commissioner Weiss and seconded by Vice Mayor Marino. All those for, all those opposed to that motion? Seeing none, no opposition, see that it passes unanimously.
No, mine, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You can say
Those
opposition.
opposed? Okay, so we have one opposition as noted for the record, Commissioner Baxter. Thank you. Okay, now Vice Mayor Marino, go right ahead.
What I would like from staff to continue this discussion is a true picture of what is going on North Lake, the widening of Seminole Pratt, the widening of North Lake from Seminole Pratt to Coconut, from Coconut through Avenir to State Road 7, and State Road 7 to Beeline. There is a lot of discussion. There is a lot of, we're going to be doing it. It's getting let. It's not getting let. I know that Mo will always comment about Avenir knows it was supposed to be 8 lanes. That was only at the intersection of Coconut and Avenir and North Lake, where the main thoroughfare was, and there's plenty of room for that. And we also always hear about uninterrupted, where you can go faster and you don't have to widen the roadways. So I appreciate the boards doing what they did today, but I also would like a true picture so people understand what's going on North Lake, how it's getting paid for, when it's getting done. I think, and we talked a little bit about this at the 5-year road plan discussion, but I think a true picture needs to be had because it is getting widened to 6 lanes. It is going to get widened eventually 4 lanes between Seminole, Pratt, and Coconut. It's not going to be widened from Ibis to Beeline. Even though we have tons and tons and tons of right-of-way there that don't have to be acquired. And it is not going to be widened from Beeline to 95. We took that off the TIM. There is no possibility of a flyover. That was taken off. That was disapproved, and also TPA did that. And also, everyone knows that the Beeline is getting improved, and there's going to be a different traffic pattern going on to North Lake. So this is all just a very good discussion to be had so people are educated onto what is going on North Lake Boulevard. And we could all be long gone before any of this happens. So thank you.
Very good. Starting from the left, Commissioner Barnett, do you have any comments? Commissioner Weiss?
Yes, I have to go back on. So I was doing the presentation on Tuesday on artificial intelligence, and we used ChatGPT to look at the ULDC. The question was asked the ULDC what the requirements for multifamily parking would be in the AR zoning area. Turns out you're not allowed to have multifamily in the AR zoning. But it was brought to my attention, thank you, Ms. Amara. Partly to explain why it gave us that misinformation was because in the zoning document, it doesn't say specifically that you can't have multifamily in AR zoning. It's part of a chart. So now I'm going to have to go back and try and find that chart. I'll load it in, see if I can train ChatGPT or my GPT that I created on how to read that chart and see if we can make it work properly. But just goes to show you, you do need review, and it's really good we have smart people that are watching what's going on.
Thank you, Ms. Amara. Keeping an eye on AI. Keeping an eye on AI. Commissioner Baxter, do you have any comments?
No, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your help today, staff.
Okay. And Commissioner Woodward, how's the little dog doing? That's what we really want to know.
He's just being a breakout bag. Thank you.
I understand exactly what. All right. So
Thank you for accommodating me in this way today. My family appreciates it too.
we hope that everybody gets better and that you're back with us soon. And Vice Mayor Marino.
I don't know how this gets done, so maybe the attorney can help me, or Patrick. We were talking about the conservation land that's south of 40th, but it's not technically considered conservation. It's AR in public ownership. Is there a way that that can be dedicated to whatever the right preservation moniker would be?
historically, lands that we acquire go through and put a conservation flue. I was trying to look at the map. I'll get to it. Put a conservation flue and identify it that way. Certainly, it's got a deed, or we've got a covenant on it that would restrict it as well, but let us take a look at that property to double down and ensure that it stays in that state.
And is there contiguous property that's owned by Royal Palm?
That I don't know off the top of my head, but we can
So if we
take a look
can,
at that.
if we can talk with them also, if there's contiguous property that's in the same nature in Royal Palm, let's see if they can do that.
Got it.
You know, we are a home rule county and they are a home rule city, so I don't want to interfere with anybody's right to do their business. But, you know, partnerships are a great thing, so if we can chat with them about it, that would be great, if that is even something that is doable. Are you guys finding some info out? Ooh, what'd you find out?
Yeah, that's the Royal Palm Beach Pines.
Yes.
Is it that one? And it's I think it's half in Royal Palm Beach and half in the county.
So if we could do a partnership with Royal Palm.
Oh yeah, it is. It's half, and it's related to Madison Green. I think some portions are in Madison Green and Municipal Royal Palm, but yeah, we could talk to ERM.
Again,
I'll work
you
with
know,
ERM,
I
yes.
don't want home rule to be
We can initiate a discussion at least. and see where
trampled
things
here.
go.
Okay, thank you. And then just to close down, because I said a lot today. I want to thank staff for the countless hours they've put into all of what we've done, trying to figure out what to do with our roadway network. It is a heavy task. There are a lot of people at stake, a lot of properties at stake. But at the end of the day, when Vice Mayor Hamara said, and I had written it in my notes, we need to look at this at a global perspective. We absolutely do need to look at this as a global perspective. Roadway networks, who owns the road, who's got the jurisdiction, and also, you know, where are we building? Where are we going to build? Because more concrete is not going to get us out of this traffic craziness. You know, we need all of our mobility options, and with mobility now on the table, we really, really need to take a look at what we can do in the future, because, you know, I'm looking forward to the day where we don't need parking spaces because we have autonomous vehicles that are picking us up at our house, dropping us off someplace else and bringing us back. And that will then be zoning, and that will be land use. So we've got a lot to go on. I appreciate you all not holding me to task for not being at the meeting on Tuesday. I actually was meeting with the folks from the Cognizant Classic in the Palm Beaches, and we're going to continue to have monthly meetings with them, so we are all on the same page, and that our dollars that we're spending are getting spent in the right way. And I want to say a thanks to Greg and Marcy for coming to the Hall of Fame dinner on Sunday. I appreciate the support. And lastly, Sal Faso is no longer going to be the head of the NCNC, so I would really like to do a certificate of appreciation for all of his years and do an offsite proclamation when we go to the NCNC annual breakfast. If I would like that to come from the board, if that would be okay with the rest of the board.
Everybody for it? Anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. And lastly, I want to commend Vice Mayor Marino for her great success as a professional golfer. And one day I'll maybe tee up with her. The two Marias on the golf course could be a dangerous thing. I'd like to commend Commissioner Baxter for bringing a very controversial issue that has a lot of interest to the people in her district. This is what we do. Even though it took a long time, this is our job. And I look forward to one day soon having a comprehensive dive into our roadways throughout the county. Because as I said before, every road leads to another road. None of our roads stop at any of our districts. And unless if we want to continue as a great and prosperous and successful county, we need to make sure that our roadways are done properly before thousands of people are moving in. I want to thank everybody, the staff especially, every one of you. And with that, no further ado, this zoning meeting is adjourned. Thank you.